edge of a samurai sword, the mental blade cut through flesh and bone. No, my mind's at peace, the world out of order, missing in the heat, life gets colder. Oh yes, I have to find my path, no less walk on earth, water and fire. The elements compose a magnum, opens my motor's operandi is amalgam. Steel packed tight in micro, chip on my armor, a sign of all pro. The ultimate reward is dining out of wars at odds with the times of wars with no lords. A freelancer, a battle cry of a hawk, make a dove fly and a tear dry. Wonder why lone wolf don't run with the clan, only trust instincts and be one with the plan. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the way of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, sun down, the sons of a battle cry. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the name of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, the sun down, the sons of a battle cry. A battle cry. Look, just the air around it, with aura surrounding the air apparent. He might be a peasant, but shine like a man. Royalty, heed to the people and land. Loyalty, we witness it all to hear this. See sickness in the ocean of wickedness. Set sail to the sunset, no second guessing. Fall each down with the spirit of Wild West. The quote-unquote cold stands a tester. Time for the chosen ones to find the best. Noble minds that never grace the face of hemisphere with the fear fly over the blue yonder, where the sky meets the sea and I meets the eye and boy meets world and became a man to serve the word to say the day, the night, and the girl too. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the way of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, the sun down, the sons of a battle cry. Some days, some nights, some live, some die in the name of the samurai. Some fight, some bleed, sun up, the sun down, the sons of a battle cry. A battle cry.
Howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. Thanks for joining me again on another Too Late Tonight with Tiki. Evolution of Gaming, what's going on, brother? Glad you could join the stream, man. Early and on time. Who could ask for more, right? Alright, so absolute insane day at work, but I'm still upright, still on my feet, which is good. I do have my demo game on Monday, which I'm totally stoked for. So tonight I'm kind of finishing up some terrain pieces, and then I think we'll probably paint some more of my tribal natives. I ended up using the last of my super glue, and then I looked at the clock and there's not enough time to go and get some super glue. Hey, I appreciate Evolution Gaming. Yeah, no, I'm totally okay. I'm good. Like I said, I get paid overtime, so it's fine. The area where I work has bad weather, and so they needed an extra person to work at a lot of extra hours, which is no big deal. I said, if it's for an emergency, I love working. It's kind of bizarre. It really leads you to become a workaholic. But I like being there when stuff goes wrong. Yes. So I think it's also on sale on Xbox Live too. So I have it on Steam and I like it, particularly the Americans. I love the airborne version of the Americans for Iron Harvest. So I'm thinking about picking it up for the Xbox as well. I do really enjoy it. I felt Iron Harvest was really good. I feel like it had more of the Company of Heroes gameplay that slowly got lost between Company of Heroes, Company of Heroes 2, and Company of Heroes 3. So I liked Iron Harvest a lot. I do recommend it. I think it's good if you haven't played it. It's funny you mentioned that because Let me see if I can fit. I don't think I'll be able to fit this big ass box on camera. Hold on, let's see if I can get a book out of this. Miss Tiki actually just recently got me a early gift, which is pretty cool. All right. Okay, so I actually have the old school starter box for Crimson Skies, the WizKids HeroClix version. It's a lot of, from what I remember, it's a lot of fun. I played it a couple times. I really enjoyed it, and I love alternate history, which is why I like Conflict 47. I really do like Iron Harvest, and I love Crimson Skies. And without revealing too many details, some of the class, well, yeah, I can say that. So some of the classes I teach, I help out with a aviation department at a college. So that's kind of why everyone knows I'm a huge like Crimson Skies fan. Those who are old enough to know what that is. So it was a gift. It's kind of cool for all the time I've been helping out. All right, so we have our remnants. So I didn't really like the shading I did on this, only because I ran out of Earthshade, Agrax Earthshade. It's like, since the first one I think I've used an entire paint pot, so it blew my mind. It was the first time we used a full ass paint pot, so we have its replacement supposedly here. So this is how long my paint lasted. Look, these are two. This is old busted, old school. This apparently is the new one. So hopefully the formula's the same. We'll see. I feel like the new wash is kind of like, yeah. Yeah, it's funny you say you're waiting for a sale. I was waiting for a sale for because I wanted to pick up Command & Conquer Red Alert 3 and all the expansions and stuff like that, but I want to play it on my Xbox, you know, instead of just on my PC. Because my PC is set up like where I do my hobby painting and also where I work at. So, you know, I wanted I wanted something, you know, to do on my Xbox perhaps. And I love Red Alert 3. I play it on my PC all the time, but I kind of want it on my Xbox. I'm waiting for a sale, but that thing just does not go on sale. So we shall see. But I'm glad Iron Harvest is. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully you like it. Here's our native we painted last stream. They're pretty tall, but like I said, that kind of works for me, I think. So I wanted to see how they look scale-wise. So here's one of these island warriors standing at full attention. Is an Imperial Japanese rifleman running at him. So remembering that at the time, you know, the average Imperial Japanese soldier was like 5'7". I think this works. Also, let me know if the music is too loud. That's my new background music, and I'm trying to get it adjusted just right. So the reason why I mentioned that I worked all day, it's not projects off for any kind of like sympathy or anything like that, or woe is me. I'm paid for my trouble, so no worries there. It's just if you hear me yawn, I don't want to be insulting. I'm not bored. I'm actually extremely happy, and I love what I'm doing here. But if you hear me yawn, that's why. Fresh cracked seal of paint. Oh, yep, smells like my coffee. Yep. And I've also, I found a whole bunch of toothpicks, and they have these on top. They're meant to go in like Tiki drinks, you know, kind of like garnish, you know, put through like your orange slices like that. But these are going to be my my pen markers. So I've been cutting a lot of these out too. I've been cutting them off their toothpicks. I had to look for the right word. It's not going to be very exciting. It's literally like watching paint dry. Watching me paint a partially gray building to make it look even dingier, but I am unfortunate tonight. I am 100% abusing the stream and using it to get ready for my demo game. So I'm super excited. Later on, I'll go over the 2 armies that I'm bringing. They're 2 500-point armies. Yeah. So the ducks are what convinced me to bust out the Tiki masks. So one guy I played with was French, and hold on. Sorry, I had to sneeze. So one guy I was playing, he was French, and he had a whole bunch of like cheese slices, like slices of cheese, because he was French, and he also had a very cheesy French army. I mean, this thing was definitely very kind of cheesy. It was fun. He's a nice guy, very knowledgeable guy. He's been working for not for Warlord Games, but like as an ambassador, I guess. So in a long time. He's a nice guy. He runs like our local area kind of for like a big administrator. Really nice guy. But he had a good army, and I did not. But I gave him a thumping. You know, I didn't win, but you know, I went toe for toe with him and had a blast. But he used little slices of cheese for spin markers. So I'm like, you know what? Maybe I can get away with using Tiki mask. I don't think anyone would be upset about that. But yeah, the 2 armies I'm bringing, I'm going to let them play as either side they want, but I'll advise them that the Cult of Imhotep side, the German side, is a little bit stronger and it's a little bit easier to play. And when I say that, that's because they're going to have a full-ass Panther with a gravity cannon on it. That's kind of a great equalizer. Because it still has their medium machine gun with Hitler's buzzsaw rule. You know, in the bow, not the coax, but in the bow, and then on top of that, they have a gravity cannon, which is very effective against armor, and still pretty damn effective against infantry. Yeah, unfortunately, I know it's not exactly the most exciting thing to see on stream, but I do need to get it done. So I do appreciate y'all's allowing me. Ooh, also, actually, I did have a little bit of news. Let me see if I can find that thing for it. Yes, you're exactly correct. That's exactly what the nuns are for, is for sweeping this dirty, dirty floor. That cracked me up when you put that. So with the merch store, I actually got in my hoodie. I don't know why they rushed it to me. A bunch of other people ordered the t-shirt. They're taking a long time. But I just happened to order one of the hoodies because I saw I had a cold front coming. And for whatever reason, I think they rushed it to me. So I can't say the quality. The quality is good so far. I mean, I haven't washed it yet. Obviously, I haven't washed and worn it and put it through some stuff. But just so far, everything's spelled right. The graphics look cool. So I'm pretty excited. It actually came in time. And I didn't ask for it or anything. I just bought it like a normal person. Because I bought a t-shirt and I sent it to Morning Glory. And so while I was doing that order, I bought myself a hoodie. And, luckily we'll be here in time to wear it to the demo game, which is kind of cool. I don't want to think it was like too douchey to wear my own thing to a demo game, but I'm like, it's going to be cold anyways, why not? But I can say the quality so far is actually pretty cool. I was pleasantly surprised. Oh no! Oh no! Ooh, right before, correct me if I'm wrong, but right before Boxing Day Boxing Day is like a month away at least, but isn't that like a big deal for y'all? What a terrible time to go on strike. I mean, well, I guess what a good time. Oof, that's unfortunate, brother. I feel bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, at least you have, if it's any consolation, you have Iron Harvest to take your mind off it, you know? I'm trying to think with the faction. I think there's a obligatory Russian faction, German, Prussian faction, a Polish faction, and the Americans. Americans are hilarious. I don't know if there is Russians, now that I think about it. I know there's Polish. I feel like there was and when I say this, I mean, I don't know if they actually are, but I feel like that's what it felt like to me in a non-offensive way. I felt like there was a Polish faction, a Prussian faction, and an American faction. That's what I can remember anyways. This is nice. So this is actually a newer bottle of wash that's actually doing its job and seeping down into the cracks and curses. The other one was more just like a stain, what was left of it. It wouldn't drip down, and get like in the grout. It's funny, the more I go back and read the rulebook to make sure I'm prepared for Monday, the more I kind of realize I think I really do like the Conflict 47 rules over that of Bolt Action 3rd edition. So I gotta be honest. So Conflict 47 takes a lot from 1st edition Bolt Action. The later books take some from 2nd edition. And now 3rd edition out. I think each edition does some things that I like, but I think overall, I think I really like the way Conflict 47 is played. I like the reactions. So what a lot of people don't know about that is usually your reactions you can just go down. But in Conflict 47, you have different types of reaction. You can run away, you can shoot back. There's all sorts of cool stuff you can do. It really makes the game feel a lot more like almost like a good like mental boxing match. There's a lot of like, you know, tit for tat and, you know, almost like fencing. You know, everything's very back and forth. And I like that there's no templates. So templates made the game, I think they made HE less destructive. But at the same point in time, HE is very dangerous. And not having templates, I think, makes the game go by a little bit faster. And I think that really kind of slows down, especially when you're teaching. When you have to like bust out a template, hold it over. You know, having no templates, I think, makes it a little bit quicker. I think it's good for what it is. I think Bolt Action would probably be the superior tabletop game as far as gameplay and tactics and strategy. But Conflict 47, like I said, it's more of a fast, casual style tabletop board game, if that makes sense. See, I didn't know Horsey was like that. I may honestly try Horsey if that's what it's like. Which is weird, because my favorite faction, the Red Corsairs, won't be in it, but I have to come up with someone new, I guess. Yeah, regular Bolt Action, where you never know who's going to go, I like that way better. Once I did that, I knew I'd never go back to 40k. Only because there's too many times where I had to like sit there and watch, you know, my whole, just because I lost one 50-50 chance, you know, one 50-50 coin toss, you know, I had to just basically try and survive. And the way they get around that, and I've seen that, is the current terrain on the 40k boards is absolutely insane. It doesn't look fun. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, some people play 40k and they like it. Hey, that's awesome. You do you. But I think the way the turns are, now that I've done Bolt Action in Conflict 47, now that I've done random alternating turns, and now that I've played on terrain-heavy boards, not heavy to where it's obviously advantage towards one type of army, but it's meant to look like the battlefield you're fighting over. In house rules, I like to make interactive terrain. So, you know, if both sides agree to it, you know, maybe at a key piece of terrain, like maybe we'll put a light machine gun or a medium machine gun. Maybe we'll put a medium machine gun in like a church tower, you know, or what I like to do is I'll put empty trucks on the map. You don't get an extra die when you take the truck, but your squad can use the truck. When you all disembark, it's empty again. So you don't really gain much except just a mode of transportation. You know, like I like putting, you know, stuff like that around the battlefield, making the battlefield a little bit more interactive. That's something I always liked. We always home ruled it with our Warhammer 40k games, and so I'm trying to bring that back into Bolt Action. I try not to do a lot of house rules because I know that's how stuff can fly off the handle. The other thing I house rule, especially for Conflict 47 and the games of Bolt Action I play, is really for people who take the British Commonwealth to make Piats more competitive with bazookas and super bazookas for Conflict 47. Is unlike bazookas or Panzerfaust or super bazookas or Panzer Shrieks, you might have heard me talk about this. A Piat is a cold launch system. If you've ever played Fallout, it functions very similar to the Fat Man, where it's basically like a mechanical catapult style thing. And it launches ordnance. So why that's useful is, first off, it's a hell of a lot more quiet. Number two, there's almost no smoke trail. So as far as like launching it at night or launching it in a covert manner, it's extremely good. Like if you had scouts, you'd probably want to give them Piats. And what I like to do in real world science wise, because it's a cold launch system, you could be inside a building here. Let me put the roof on. You could be inside a building like this, right? You could be tucked in this little corner right here, and you could actually launch it out that window, and you would be safe. If you tried that, even with this open area like this, if you tried that with a recoilless rifle, like an old school bazooka, Panzerfaust, Panzerschreck, or even a modern day like M136 or AT4 in-law or anything like that, unless it's a special confined space version, there are confined space model in-laws and M136s. Unless it's a confined space version, you will kill you and anyone in that room with you from the back blast. It'll absolutely fry you and kill you. So one thing I like to do is I like to let Piats are the only anti-tank weapons like that can be fired from inside buildings. It's small, it'll rarely come up, but it's something that makes it, gives them a little bit of an advantage. Not an advantage, but it makes them a little bit, gives them a use, gives them a niche. So what I think this was is obviously is, I don't think the stairs to the ceiling. I think it was stairs to a second floor. Just the whole thing's been blown out, So now it just basically is like stairs up to the top. So all my terrain, I have a whole bunch of TT Combat terrain. I don't really paint that terrain because it seems like really tedious. So for stuff like this, I get this terrain off like websites, either Etsy, eBay, or Amazon. I'll get them, they're 3D printed, and then I just kind of beat them up and paint them up and kind of make them look like they're ready for a tabletop. So I mix stuff like this with my aquarium decor and then other terrain that I build, and I call it a day. Yeah, I cannot sing the praises of aquarium decor enough. You don't even have to weather that shit. I mean, it looks legit. It's tough as nails. They're usually always on sale. I love it. Oh yeah, I probably didn't have it fully on there. I was hoping to come in today because what I really wanted to paint today, but it wasn't in yet, and I was really sad, is I have a plane coming in. I have a couple planes. I have two 28mm scale GBs, if you know what a GB plane is. If not, it's a very small, it's almost an engine with wings, kind of like how the P-47, imagine a baby P-47. If you ever seen the movie The Rocketeer, that's what he was flying. They were racing aircraft. There's only so many built. Most people who flew them crashed and died because they're so fast. No one was skilled enough at the time to fly them. And the other plane I have is I talked about last stream, the Abrams P1 Explorer. It looks very much like Out of the World, Crimson Skies. It's got a pusher engine. It's got a forked tail boom, like a P-38 Lightning. It's a very unique aircraft. So I'm excited to get that painted. I'm probably going to paint my two GBs as Imperial Japanese aircraft, but just like how I have an OP4 for demo games for my Conflict 47, I need to build a 500-point OP4 for my bolt action. So I'm probably going to start the flip side of what would be the cult of Imhotep. I'm going to make something that I call the Department of Antiquities. So the U.S. quote-unquote Department of Antiquities is going to be a loose organization of, treasure hunters, tomb raiders, ne'er-do-wells, expats, air pirates. I'm pulling from every pulp genre there is. I'm going to throw them all in there. So I'll be pulling a lot from The Mummy, Indiana Jones, Strange Brigade, that game, Crimson Skies, that game, and that world. I'll be pulling a lot of those characters and a lot of those names. Yeah, where I thought the P-38 Lightning, especially the P-38J, I think where it really performed well, I thought, in my opinion, going back and reading, I never flew one, is with external fuel tanks. It was a good long-range patrol. Maybe not a long-range escort fighter, because like I said, there's just too much real estate, it's too easy to get knocked out. But what it was used for, like when they basically did the strike, yeah, when they did the strike that killed, that basically won them the Pacific War, when they killed Yamamoto, when they shot his plane down and killed him, they had long-range P-38s, you know, track down that aircraft and jump it. That's what those things were good for, in my opinion. The P-47 Delta was the best ground attack. It definitely competed with the Stuka. The Stuka was great for what it was. It was basically flying artillery. It was good. It was a very good dive bomber. But for just straight up close air support and ground attack, the P-47 Delta was designed from the ground up. Even with the fact that it had, what a lot of people don't know about the P-47 Delta is it actually had an air-cooled engine versus liquid-cooled. And the whole point with that is, you know, other planes get hit, they start leaking water, you know, from small arms fire. When they get hit in the radiator, the engine overheats, the plane goes down. P-47 Delta had a big old air intake, so you can just punch that bad boy full of holes, and that's just going to help more air come in. It's still going to keep the engine nice and cool. Yeah, those things were monsters. Yeah, I actually watch a lot of the Pat Electrician's content. The guy's pretty humorous. Overall, I think he does a good job of making history fun. I don't think he ever goes anything too far inaccurate, but I think he does a good job of relaying good history in a digestible format. Well done. Yeah, so right now I'm trying to find some clear stands, I think, for my aircraft. I'm excited to use them. So like I said, yeah, I think for my Op 4 Army for bolt action, it's probably going to be 500 points of American. And like I said, they're going to be very, like, they're going to be painted like the very Indiana Jones, Rick O'Connell, like Tomb Raider style theme. Think like Monument Men, but basically they got like a letter of marquee to just run around and just stop the Axis from acquiring anything. Like a good part of their story is they get sent to, you know, one team gets sent down to Africa to stop, you know, Germany from stealing all those artifacts and who knows what they're looking for. The other team gets sent to China, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to run around, and because I don't know about history, I don't want to dive too much into history, but in the Conflict 47 side, you know, China is a big, massive upheaval. At that time, you have multiple warlords vying for control. You have the U.S. and the British trying to get China on their side. You have, you know, the USSR, who's their own faction, and Conflict 47, they're trying to court China to get them to ally with them. And Japan is obviously busy invading China. So, you know, China's catching it from all sides, and they're having, like, communist rebellion and a bunch of warlords. So, this team gets sent in to just secure as many Chinese, like, national heritage artifacts as possible to be used by the U.S. and the British to try and, like, appeal towards, you know, Middle Kingdom style, you know, Empire of China, dynasties, cultural appeal. Like, hey, you know, we have all these cultural relics for you, and trying to use those to unite the people. If that makes sense. But basically, these guys are running around fighting Soviets and Japanese and, you know, whatever warlords in the area trying to secure all these little artifacts. So it's kind of like Monument Men mixed with, you know, Indiana Jones. If that makes sense. But again, there's not enough guys, so they have a couple, you know, archaeologists and stuff like that, but then they also have, you know, people that the SOE wouldn't take. They have a lot of expats, they have a lot of pirates, you know, and in this world, maybe even air pirates and stuff like that, so it's kind of cool. But I think I'm also going to second the Aztec Eagles, the Mexican Air Force that was fighting in the Pacific. I'm probably going to attach them to them as well. difficulty. It's not easy to get shaded just right. There we go. I think we're getting the image of a more dungy, beat up old castle a little bit better. Get this corner, then put that top piece on, and hit anything that needs to be hit. So yeah, both this two-story castle, these one-story ruin I'm going to bring in after that, and the graveyard I built the other weekend. Those would be like the three main pieces of terrain for this type of game, for like the nuns are kind of hanging out by. That way you kind of have cover to kind of run up and grab them, you know? All right, hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, let me get that. Oh, yeah, that's my bad. I was talking away from the mic. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. All right. Here we go. Let's see if that's a little bit better. Terrible about painting on camera and looking at the mic at the same time. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yes, I did ask, and I do appreciate that. I have my own headphones kind of set in, but you know, everyone's rig's different. Yes, I know how it sounds on my ears, but a lot of my videos are always on the quieter side, just because I never know how anyone's stuff's set up, you know. And I'd rather my stuff be a little bit quieter, where you can turn it up versus like it being like set super loud. But that comes with its own downside, because if you do your stuff on a little bit on the quieter side, you know, sometimes you can only turn it up so loud and it's hard to hear, you know, if you like listen to it in the car, or you listen to it quiet and it's turned up and then a regular ad comes on and like blows your eardrums out. So I'm trying to be better about finding the perfect volume. But I'm super excited to see how these two armies pit against each other. Like, I've done a little bit myself, just to, like, make sure I know the rules mechanically. But it's gonna be fun to see someone else behind the... It'll be fun to see someone else behind the driver wheel of the other army I built, you know, and kind of seeing both of them clash and kind of see what kind of clever tactics come out of it. That's if anyone shows up. I picked a wonky day. I'm off Mondays and Tuesdays, so I happen to just pick a Monday to go out there and run a demo game. Probably not going to be super busy during the day. But no worries, no worries. Next one, I think I'll do kind of a Bolt Action 3rd edition meetup with the option of playing some Conflict 47. I'll probably set that on like a Saturday. Thanks. I just want to look like it's definitely not just 100% off the shelf, you know? Alright, there's that piece. Done. Hey, what's going on, next vid? How you doing, buddy? You caught me working on some terrain. Not the most interesting thing in the world, but I got a demo game coming up on Monday, so I want to make sure I have enough good-looking terrain. Yeah, I want to make sure everything looks as good as possible to try and pull people in. They're not exactly Ultramarines, but here you go. Here's some we've been working on. These are gonna count as my native warriors, my militia riflemen. So they're kind of pulled from the local island population. It's kind of cool. Here's another one's actually finished. How's 40K treating you next vid? Not IJA. It's funny you say that. I'll think about adding it to my overall Red Corsair / non-tax-paying army and possibly getting a crew kill team. Because I'm pretty sure like the crew would be down to work for whomever as long as they're paying them. So they're like, hey, you guys want to come? You want to come attack an Imperial settlement? They're like, yeah, sure, why not? The more I've read about Kroot lore, the more and more I'm interested. They actually have some pretty awesome lore. So this is just super simple, cheap. Pretty sure it's 3D printed or resin terrain that I got off like Amazon for super cheap. And I'm just hitting it with Agrax Earthshade. I'm just trying to age it up a little bit. So it looks like, you know, it's been rotting in the jungle for a little while. I hit it first with a spray primer of Gray Seer. So it took it from like that dark resin to, you know, this like kind of brighter gray. Then literally to make this gray dingy. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Yeah, you know they're not going to eat any of the Red Corsairs because they're tainted with chaos, and Kroot aren't that dumb. So yeah, unfortunately not the most exciting painting stream next vid, but I do have my demo game in open play on Monday, and I work the full weekend, so I got to get my hobby in where I can. So I'm definitely using and abusing my hobby time to get some terrain done. I'm loaded up with a pot of coffee, so I'll be here for the full 4 hours. As soon as this is done, I got some tables. Not some tables, why I say tables? I got some fences I gotta paint. So is there any maybe a little bit. I think it's a couple seconds. I put a delay on my side and on everyone else's side. Only to I've only had one person so far. I've had like one bot try and sneak in and start trying to sell sex toys. So ever since then I put in a bit of a delay. Yeah, so y'all's chat's coming pretty quick, and I can see them pretty quick. But then there's like a delay of me actually responding, just because it gives me a chance to kind of delete that stuff. Then I only look up every now and then when, like in between brushstrokes. I go to get some more wash. I guess it's called shade. Yeah, so literally we just took this dark gray printed stuff off Amazon that was super cheap, hit it with a Gray Seer, and then we're just going over it with Agrax Earthshade. A couple shades of this, and it just looks like some decayed old ruins stuck out in the jungle for a while. I mean, you can still see the 3D printed stuff on it, so it's not like it won't hold up to like good scrutiny, but from far away, it's all right. I'm excited to get a lot of pictures. Maybe not video, because like I said, it's a demo game. I'm excited to get a lot of pictures and do a lot of kind of in-themed battle reports in this demo game tomorrow. That's if everyone sets up, shows up. Like I said, I know I scheduled it on a Monday. So if no one shows up, I'm not going to be bothered. That's on me for doing it on a Monday. Just happened to be the day off I had. I'm also trying to set up a good rapport with the shop I'm holding it at. So. Next one I'll definitely set up on a Saturday. Well, like I said, the trick is the store, so they use their tables for things like Magic, that new Disney version of Magic, whatever their card game is. Not saying that disparagingly, I just don't know what it's called. And of course 40K and other stuff, so if they have a table available on a Saturday to run demo games, I totally will. But luckily I have my own table, so if they'll let me, if they just have room, I can just bring the stuff in. I think what I'll do is I think I'll schedule a bolt action meetup for South Central, and North Florida to meet up in Central Florida, and in that, you know, I'll be doing Conflict 47 games for anyone who's interested. There it is. Yep. See, I knew I was missing a piece. I was missing this slice right here under the stairs. Let me check on my fences before I start working on the exterior of that one. Hey, HS, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, no, you've seen it before. Yeah, no, same painting method, same type of ruins. I have my demo game on Monday, HS, so I'm just using and abusing y'all in this stream just to try and get all my terrain in order for Monday. Y'all missed. Like I said, unfortunately, y'all missed the graveyard. I built the graveyard on my day off. It was really fun. I got to sit down. I watched some movies with Mrs. Tiki, and I sat down and built a graveyard just straight up. It actually turned out really well. I'll post a picture of it on YouTube. But really happy how the graveyard turned out. But I'm working on some of this stuff right now, so I'm gonna go check on my fences real quick, and then I'll come back and paint the outside of this ruin. Alright, and I'm back. We're witnessing the effect of just hitting it with Gray Sea or Spray Primer, and then just going over it with Agrax Earthshade. So this is my new bottle. I just finished my old one, and what I mean by old, you can already tell this is the older versions. And look how empty that bad boy is. So, new paint. I'm pretty damn sure it's a new formula, but so far it's good enough for me to use. I have no complaints. But I don't think I'm a good enough painter to have complaints. Like, I wouldn't know the difference, honestly. Sorry, I was reading the comments. Yeah, no, I definitely need to do that. So at the end of the stream, I will actually lay out the two armies competing on Monday, and that's a good point. See, this is why I like to stream. You guys, it's almost like I think live streaming is like the best marketing tool. And by marketing, I mean like I find out what y'all want, because you're in the chat like, hey, why don't you do this? I'm like, oh shit, that's a great idea. Let me do that. So yeah, I will actually do videos breaking down my 2 500-point list and the bolt action list I have so far. I just have a lot of models coming in that I have to get painted and get kitted up before I have my full sets list in. But no, unfortunately, no more additional work on the Tiki headhunters, as Evolution was calling them, which is pretty cool. I haven't done the freehand sake on that yet. Like I said, I did freehand the water kanji on the barrels, and they turned out okay. So I took some big, what you'd call like, I think they're like, what, 60mm bases, what you use for like heavy weapon teams. Hey, what's going on, Francois? So I used like those bigger bases, and I put a couple trees on those to make like little things of force, and I also put like a whole bunch of like scatter terrain, like barrels and boxes and stuff like that, so it makes like decent cover, so you can hide behind it, especially with your small teams, like your snipers, your anti-tank teams, your forward air observers. No, it won't. I would do that to you. It won't be at the end of stream. Okay, I apologize. What I meant by end of stream is let me finish my terrain, and then I'll bust those out. Hey, what's going on, Matthew? Oh, man, the whole gang's here. What a great day. And again, I appreciate you guys being super cool about me ending the stream early yesterday. It was worth it. I swear. So I got off the stream yesterday. I went upstairs. Spoiler, I live in a 2-story house. So took a shower, took a hot shower, had a cold beer. I laid down, and I woke up 30 minutes before I had to log in for work. I slept like 8 hours straight, and it was a hellacious day, which is fine. They pay me for it, so no big deal there. But that extra sleep I got was 100% worth it. So thank you guys for letting me for being chill about me ending the stream, 2 hours earlier than scheduled yesterday. It helped me out tremendously. But tonight is a full 4-hour stream, and as requested, once I finish this terrain and I catch up, I will bust out both armies, and we'll take a look at them, and we'll break down what each side has, how the rules kind of work, and you guys can vote. We'll hold a poll on which side you think is going to win. Like I said, I'm just doing real simple little 500-point armies, nothing too big, nothing too crazy, and it's literally just grab a nun. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was that legit sleep where you close your eyes and you wake up and you're like, oh, am I late? And you check your phone, and it's like 5 minutes before your alarm goes off. You're like, hell yes, let's do this. Woke up, made coffee. I'm like, let's effing go, man. Yeah, so I got to get a good attack on the day. I had a pot of coffee ready, so everything went swimmingly well, at least on my side. As a friendly reminder from where I work, if you don't know how to drive on wet roads, just slow down. Oh my god. Not a okay. Friendly reminder sounds bad. It makes me sound like I'm someone's dad or mom. No, just a friendly tip. Not a reminder at all. No, just a tip. Just something to think about. Just a tip. It's funny, I was hoping not to get too real world into it. You know, I'm not sure how much you guys are on YouTube and other places. And I actually don't know the name of the kid, but he was driving here in Florida. He was driving his, I think it was a McLaren. He was driving super fast, and I do a lot of driving. I work DOT and a lot of different areas. So I watched this guy drive, and I could feel his mistake, and I saw exactly what happened when he overtook the car and he was accelerating on a wet road. I saw him lose control before he did. I'm like, oh, I know exactly. Sure enough, that guy hydroplaned right into the wall. So I'm hoping with as high visibility as that crash was, it would slow people down, but spoiler alert, it has not. So we have this one bridge. We have this one bridge in my local area, in my area of responsibility. I call it Rainbow Road. Those of you who play old school, and I'm talking old school Mario Kart, like even before 64, I'm talking like kicking it all the way back to Super Nintendo, right? So if you played Super Nintendo or N64 Mario Kart, you know Rainbow Road, you know what I'm talking about. This bridge, it goes over a small creek or river, so usually it's not a problem. The problem is when it gets cold out here in Florida, that bridge will freeze. So because of the water underneath the bridge and it's so far down, pardon me, sorry, it channels the wind underneath the bridge, so that area is like 5 or 6 degrees colder than anywhere else. It's hilarious. So what'll happen is if there's water on top of that bridge, where the water gets really dangerous is because the water will activate all the oil that's already dripped onto the road. So it rains first, that water mixes with the oil, and then when it freezes, the water freezes, but the oil, you know, water and oil separate. So the water freezes and the oil stays right on top of that ice. And it's I'm talking very thin layer of ice, you can't even see it. And it's only on that bridge because that bridge goes over a waterway. You know, so it's only that part that freezes. So what happens is these 18-wheelers that are coming down to Florida that don't know about that local road, they hit that thing, and when they try and change lanes or slow down, does not compute. They go off the rails immediately. They go flying off that bridge, or they'll jackknife onto the center divider, the guardrail. We literally call it Rainbow Road. It's an absolute nightmare. Oh, I'm sorry, next vid. My bad, buddy. So yeah, we have that happen all the time. So that's why I try to tell people when it's raining, that's to get super nerdy about it. Sorry to bring work into it. It'll be the last time, I promise. I feel bad doing that. But if you're ever curious why driving on wet roads is so dangerous, it's because of all the oil that drips out of vehicles, particularly down here in Florida, where we don't have state inspections. So you can drive an old beater as long as it's running, no one cares. So it could be a BMW leaking oil like a sieve, and you just drop oil all along the roadway. So when it finally rains, it brings all that oil back out. So people are like, I could drive in you know, water. I'm like, it's not just water, it's water and oil. And that's what gets people. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, black ice. Yeah. Yeah, as soon as that kid changed lanes and accelerated, I was like, nope. It's like a mathematical formula. I was like, you change lanes and accelerated on a wet road? No, you're out. Done. Absolute done. Sure enough, I was like, yeah, saw that one coming. Anyways, back to sorry to get into work. I did that enough today. But back to happier topics. We are I'll read your comments, they crack me up. So once we finish this piece of terrain, then we have a couple fences to knock out, and we'll bring out both armies to kind of talk about what's going to go down on Monday. I'm pretty excited about it. I'm excited to finally take a really good step. Yeah, no, it just cracked me up too. It literally it knocked me off my concentration. But I'm really excited to kind of take a positive step, and I say positive step, trying to take a physical step in getting Conflict 47 more and more popular. I think it's one of those things where it's only going to grow from grassroots. So Bolt Action, I think, is getting popular enough, so to start kind of offering Conflict, I think it's going to be kind of nice. So I'm excited to take a first official, as my online persona. Like I said, I show up to my local gaming store and play with some people and stuff like that, but I never equated to where I am, only because it's a little too close to home, you know? So I'm actually driving halfway across the state to do this. I'm security conscious, I guess. Paranoid, I guess, the more ubiquitous term, or common term, but... I think later I'll probably go back in and do like a little bit of like grass and like green stuff kind of growing up the side and stuff like that. But I think for right now we're just going to try and dirty this bad boy up and kind of age it a little bit. I think we're getting there. Oh yeah. Getting full use out of this shade, I'll tell you that. Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that. Thank you so much, Matthew. That was on my list of things to say, but I did not get to it, so you are awesome for that. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, in Thanksgiving, Conflict 47 models do count. They do have several Conflict 47 models on there. So for what you don't know, if you go to Warlord's website, they're currently doing a sale where it's buy 4. I think it's, yeah, if you buy 3 tanks, you get another one free. I'm not sure how to phrase that. But it's generally your cheapest one that you buy. So if you buy like 3 $40 Tigers and 1 $30 Stuart, you're going to get the Stuart for free. You know, they are still a business. But still, it's pretty damn good. So yeah, I think it's if you, hold on, before I misspeak, let me check. Alright, I'm bringing up the website now so I can give you their official verbiage. That way I'm not like, oh, hey, look at me, you know, shilling for these people and telling you the wrong thing. So hold on, let's see if I can... Their website's always so annoying. Okay, here we go. Yeah, buy 4 tanks and get the cheapest one free. That's how they're saying it. Yeah, you buy four, and it's not just tanks, it's all sorts of vehicles. Like, a good thing, if you need trucks, right now is a good time to get trucks. You can get Opel Blitz, you can get 4 Blitzes, you know, and the 4th one's free. It's actually not bad at all. I also see if you're looking to get like a motorized recon unit with like guys on bikes and stuff like that, that's probably the best time to do it. So go check out Warlord Games. I'm not affiliated, so I don't have any links or anything like that. But yeah, Conflict 47 stuff is part of it, so it's absolutely insane. Dude, that's awesome, HS. What a great way. What a great way of doing the hobby, man. That's a great way of like supporting your community and supporting your hobby at the same time. Well done. Genius idea, actually. Yikes! Yeah, I would. I wouldn't do that. Like I said, I love Common 47, not that much. Like I said, I know it doesn't help Warlord Games, so it kind of makes me a jerk for saying it. But I'm a realist. Yeah, I said I work for a living. You know, I like to have hobbies, but I also don't like go crazy about it. So, dude, I just hunt Amazon and some other sites. I just look for a deal, and I snatch them up when they're on sale, even if I don't play that faction. You know, so that's what I've done. Every now and then, if you just keep checking Amazon, every now and then stuff will go on sale. Like before, like a couple months, several months actually, maybe like 6 months before 3rd edition came out, the platoons were on sale, the tank platoons, and everyone's like, why would I get a tank platoon? I can only take 1 tank. So I bought a Chiha platoon for like, I want to say it was like $70 for 3 Chiha tanks, which is, they're usually like $30 a pop. So I was like, this is insanely good. Ooh, my god, those... Okay, so for those who don't know the units, so Kodiaks are great. So Grizzly is the, kind of like the steward on legs, right? So Grizzly's the regular one. A Kodiak's actually really, really good. It's if I'm not mistaken, the Kodiak's with a lot of machine guns for close assault. But the Bruin, guys, the Bruin medium walker is a problem. That thing has the 75mm in the nose. Like in the body, and then it has rocket pods on each arm. That thing is an absolute nightmare. It throws out some serious HE. That thing will shred infantry squads like it's going out of business. If you see a Bruin on a table, just focus fire. All fire, like it's classic Warhammer 40k, bring it down, 1st rank fire, 2nd rank fire, like bring it down. Bruins are an absolute terror on the tabletop. Like I'm trying to think of a more scarier unit. Sorry, and I can't. Like someone could have a Thor or a Zeus, which is like the German heavy walker. I don't even care. If I see a Bruin, that thing is going for it. Right? Yeah, I know, right? So funny you mentioned that, HS. When I ordered a T-shirt for Morning Glory, and I sent it to him. And while I was doing that, I ordered myself a hoodie. You know, I don't want to walk around too much of my own swag, but I figured while I'm doing a teaching game, maybe I could have a hoodie. I don't know if they expedited mine or what, but I actually got my hoodie in today from my my store, and the quality's good. I'm a big guy, the size fits. Like I'm 6'1" and super chunky, so the sizing I got was like dead on. A little bit bigger, which is good for me. And the print looks good. The quality looks good. It doesn't look cheap, like it's like some old lady in a basement with a cricket, and every now and then people come down there and just smack her with a cat of 9 tails and tell Nana to work faster. Like, it actually seems like it's professionally made, I want to say. But I don't know. I wore it for like 10 minutes. So I haven't washed it yet. I haven't like really kind of put it through the rolls. So I'm not sure how well the messaging stays on. But so far it seems pretty decent. And I guess they rushed mine to me. It makes sense because I guess my address is tied to my account, not that all that kind of stuff. So I guess I can tell it was for me. But it seemed decent. I said I just got myself a hoodie. So I don't think there's anything new. Oh no, I added some stickers to the store. I saw they put out bumper stickers, which I thought was funny. But on that, nothing new. I think we're still at the same amount. Yeah, $13 raised. It's good. Yeah. Well, I was also showing off my my pin markers. So, you know, some people have like those little red things. Like Morty and Glory used a duck the other day, and one guy I played had little things of cheese. So I found these. These are little. Oh, you can't see it. Sorry. So these are little tiki heads that you cut off some cocktail toothpicks. So I kind of put I think those are gonna be on pin counters. So I'll just put like 2 of them, then just start stacking them from there. But that actually made me kind of smile. But yeah, you never really have to question how much I'm quote unquote making from the store sales, because I put it on the stream. So I said right now we've raised 13 bucks. And once I schedule that tournament, that's going to go straight towards prizes. We already have a pretty good prize pool. Just like you know what's in the prize pool already, we have a full box of Fallschirmjägers. We have a Puma X in box. So it's a full conventional Puma turret and everything, plus the additional Rift Tech turret of a gravity cannon. We have a whole bunch of limited edition figures. So you have the general who said nuts, can't think of his name off the top of my head. You have Aldo Alpache Range or whatever from Inglorious Bastards. I think they have a couple other unique units that are in there as well. So that's all in the prize pool, you know. I try and get a big prize pool going. That way when I host these little events and stuff like that, we can kind of give out stuff. So I'm glad you asked that. So I like being transparent. I can show you how Teespring works. So the way Teespring works is you set what the price is, and it tells you how much that you quote unquote profit. Like that's where that $13 comes from. So everything in that store is set as low as I can go and still make a $1 or at least $1 profit. Some things are like 50 cents. I think the most one of them's at like $1.33. But I set the price as low as I can go. So when you do those promotions where like type in Tiki and get 10% off, you can only do it and it comes out of what your profit percentage is on that item. So mine technically aren't high enough to do a discount code because I already set them super low. So unfortunately, I don't think I can do any of that. But with you mentioning that, that is the only type of, I guess not even promotion, but that's the only type of, I guess it's not monetization either. That's the only kind of, I guess, like corporate thing I'd be interested in with like Warlord Games or Wargaming Atlanta or anything like that. If I could just get a discount code. Like, I don't want to see any profit. I don't want to profit from it whatsoever. I don't want to get paid. I just want to be able to get a discount code for me and for people to use. That's it. So if I could just do that, that would be awesome. Even if it's just like $5 off shipping, you know? Yep, that's exactly the general. Yeah, I could not think of it off the top of my head. Thank you. All right, let's get back to painting the Bruin. But yeah, if you get that Bruin model, let me know, man. That thing is an absolute bully on the tabletop. And like I said, the other unit, which on paper it doesn't look very good, but on the tabletop, maybe it's just the person using it. I don't know. But every time I've seen because I played a couple games, and one guy always uses Russians. Every time I seen him, his Cossack Lightwalker, that thing is an absolute heinous. Like, it always gets behind lines and just starts harassing stuff. It is an absolute problem. It is a menace to society. It doesn't look that good on paper, I know. But for what, like, the Spine looks like better on paper, but I think Spines just look bad. Like, they look like they're scary, and so they always draw fire. So I've really seen I've never seen a Spine last longer than like a handful of turns. Those things usually get brought down quick. I think it's just because they look scary. Alright, we are almost done with this training piece. We just gotta age it up so it doesn't look like it just came off the shelf. And we're just using Agrax Earthshade after we spray primer this bad boy with Gray Seer. Super easy. You can literally read chats and talk to people while doing it. Oh yeah, no, I think that'll be perfectly fine. Like I said, I'm waiting for, so I'm waiting for a lot, I guess, for these plastic kits to come out, because once they do, especially once they bring up the 3rd edition rules, and tank war and things like that, you can legitimately have, like, multiple walkers on a board. I'm talking, like, one person fielding, like, 3, 4, 5 walkers. Like, imagine, it'll almost be like a Lance from Mech Assault, or I guess they're called Stars, or whatever they are. You know, where you have, like, you know, 2 or 3 medium walkers, a heavy walker, and like 1 or 2 light walkers. Like, that's going to be absolutely awesome to see on the tabletop. It's just going to be an absolute, you know, mech throwdown in some World War II French village out in the middle of nowhere just getting crushed. It's going to be great. So, fun story. I won't say his full name, so it doesn't, what's the term? It doesn't dox me or him. But there's a figure recently put out, and he's from recently put out a movie, so a lot of people know about him. But they put out a Desmond Doss figure, which is very good. You know, from the movie Hacksaw Ridge. So what's funny is, not really funny, but in the last unit I was with, I was about a mid-level NCO, E6, nothing too fancy. Great position. That's like the last step before you're stuck behind a desk. So I was taking a look at some of my guys coming in, and a lot of these guys were older. They joined long ago. They went civilian life and they came back in because it was the guard. A lot of them were civilian cops on the outside. So one of them walked in with a name I recognized, and his last name was Doss. So I got talking with him, and it turns out this guy is legitimately a descendant of Desmond Doss. Super cool guy, super friendly guy. But it's kind of cool. I got to legitimately train and serve with a descendant of Doss. Yeah, he's probably in my top 3 or 4 people I ever met and worked with in the military. Me and him became really close friends. We really looked out for each other. Good guy, real good guy, good friend to have. We still chat occasionally. Now that I'm out, we don't chat as much, but we still chat. Funny as hell. Probably one of the funniest people I've met. Brightness down a little bit with that sheen so you guys can kind of see how this is aging work is going. So one of the other things I wanted to take a moment to brag about, what I like about Conflict 47, is the heavy infantry. I feel, obviously, because I've recently been playing it a little bit on the side, so it kind of, you know, reminds me of it. But I feel like the game took a lot of inspiration in a good way from Red Alert. What I mean by that is, you know, in bolt action, a lot of nations have similar units and similar concepts, and it's kind of cool, and I like that. I really do. A rifleman's a rifleman's a rifleman's a rifleman. But Conflict 47, they really got to shine. Not only were certain walker designs different, which is cool, even among allies, like, you know, the Americans and the Commonwealth, British Commonwealth, they share similar units, they share similar walkers, but then the British have their own heavy walker that uses an automaton, you know, as part of the crew, which is cool. It's very British, you know, unique to their Rift Tech. Same thing, the Germans have a very unique design for their walkers, same as the Imperial Japanese. What's really cool is how the heavy infantry work. So every nation's heavy infantry are extraordinarily different. It's hard to say which one's the best. I think for just take all comes, probably the British Galahad suits, because they have light machine guns, 1 per person. That's absolutely insane. The Americans, they're not as slow as other nations, but they only have assault rifles. The Imperial Japanese, not only are they not slow, but they actually have a fast special rule. Their quote-unquote heavy infantry, their exosuits is what they call them, are actually faster than regular troops and tougher. And they're kitted out for different stuff. Like I said, they can either be an anti-tank team, they can be a battle suit team, which uses you know, SMGs and grenade launchers, or they can be an assault, which uses SMGs or compression guns and katanas, and they're super fast and they're tough fighters. So yeah, when those things come screaming up the board, I mean, they're gonna be tough to kill and dangerous in a fight. That I always thought that was really cool, you know, how each nation's heavy infantry is laid out. And the other cool thing about the Imperial Japanese heavy infantry, obviously I'm biased, is they also don't count as large infantry. So when it comes to putting those bad boys like in a truck or a ho-ha half-track, you can fit a lot of battle armor in a truck. So you can literally just have like a little unassuming truck going running out the side and that holds like 7 or 8 guys, but that's 7 or 8 assault exosuits that just hop out and just start slicing fools up. Oh shit, you met Ollie North. That's insane. I guess while we're talking to famous people, there's a picture of me. Obviously, I'm not gonna show it because it's a picture of my face. But I met with, and this has nothing to do. This is not political. So anyone who sees this, don't take it that way. I met this guy in a very apolitical way. But I met with George Bush Jr. I have his book, the one where he's doing portraits, where he was learning how to paint, and he was painting, and he was sitting down with soldiers who served under his command, you know, listening to their stories and like doing portraits on them and stuff like that. It's a good book. Like I said, apolitically, it's a very, very decent book. Because when I met him as, you know, one soldier to another, because he was a guardsman. He flew in the Texas Air National Guard. And it's so funny, when I went by to meet him, I thought I'd literally just be like a Secret Service, like, hey, don't say anything to him, just shut up, take your book, and go. So I tried to like shake his hand and like run, you know, but he like literally grabbed my hands, like, well, hold on there. Again, this is not political endorsement whatsoever. Please don't take it that way. Very apolitical channel. But just guy to guy, if you're just talking to him, he sounds exactly like you think he would. He sounds like every other Air National Guard pilot I've ever talked to in the Air Force or Air National Guard. He was super laid back. That's kind of a cool moment, so I got to meet him. Oh, I can't believe you met, oh, Grits, nice. So yeah, that's kind of one of my cool famous people meeting. And again, I was hesitant to tell that story because again, it's not any kind of political endorsement. It was literally just a book signing it was just a veteran thing. It was literally done. It was supposed to be at a VA hospital, but then they moved it for security reasons to a military base. So it was nothing to do with politics. It was just a veterans meeting veterans kind of thing. Well, that would have been cool to meet Ollie North. I remember doing a lot of high visibility security, like PSD work in the military, and like some guys and girls always want to be like close to, you know, and meet the person and shake hands. I never wanted to because it always seemed like it was a bad idea. I was like, I don't want to fly below the radar. So in service, I didn't really meet anybody because I definitely avoided that like the plague. I avoided any kind of pictures, all that kind of stuff. Too much time in the S2 shop early on in my career. I learned to avoid pictures. But at the same point in time, the shitty part about that is all you have are your stories and you have no corroboration, no proof. So you do tell your story, people are like, oh yeah, can you prove it? And you're like, no. So you don't take it for what it's worth. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. That's like I said in this last Veterans Day, my wife and I were joking around because we had to send pictures of us in uniform for one of our nieces and or nephews' projects. And my spouse was cracking jokes about how I have more pictures dressed as Op 4 than I do as actually in the military. Yeah, so it's funny, especially deployed. If you ever see a picture, if I ever show you a picture of me deployed, like I have a couple of them, and I generally like cut out of the important stuff. But the actual picture I have of me deployed, they're only on a Polaroid, and I'm not that old. I deployed my long deployment. My big one was in like all of 2015 and some 2014. So I took one of those like. You know, like those stereotypical, like Japanese teenager Polaroid cameras, like those real small ones that take like the miniature Polaroid pictures. I took one of those with me on my deployment. That thing was, first off, like job-wise, that thing was insanely useful. Number two, the only pictures I actually have of me deployed, they're all on Polaroid, and that's so that I can control them. You know, because you take a picture with your phone, even if you never posted, it's still electronically on there, it's still data, all that other kind of shit. You take a Polaroid, you have the Polaroid, you're good to go, and you have the camera just in case. So when I came home, I took pictures with my phone of the Polaroids. That's why people are like, why do these photos look all blurry as shit? I was like, first off, it's a Polaroid. I hadn't used the Polaroid camera since like my 9th birthday party. Number two, it's a picture of a Polaroid, so yeah, it's gonna look like ass. Yeah, so I've seen a lot of people talk about like my stories for me, and I get that sentiment. I try and share the funny stories and the good stories. I was lucky enough to have a good recruiter. My recruiter never lied to me. Recruiter was a nice guy, did everything right, and so kind of like we stayed friends my whole career. He ended up commissioning, surprisingly. But so it's kind of my part to tell people the kind of fun stories. You know, it's kind of my way of replacing me when I left. You know, I kind of swap the fun stories, see if people like it. They can go in and talk to a recruiter, find out if it's for them or not. I'll never actively recruit anyone, but I do like swapping the fun stories. I won't tell you the shitty stories because you gotta find those out for yourself. And I don't tell you the bad stories because nobody wants to hear those, so. You can talk to any other veteran on this chat too. There are good times and there are bad times, so. Alright, that looks sufficiently ruined. Nice. So we have that one story done, then we have our 2-story castle / mission ruin right here. These look sufficiently aged. Let's check see what our fences look like. Alright, well our fences have not dried, so let me go ahead and bust out our 2 500-point armies. Let's take a look at what we got. Let's see what's facing off. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I get it. I totally understand that, HS. No worries. Alright, I'm getting out the, if you can tell by the tank, I'm getting out the Cult of the Hotet army here first. Alright, let me move these mummies into place. Sorry, the way this camera is, I just don't have a lot of real estate. There we go, that's better. Fit more guys on there. Alright, so let's go ahead and break this down a little bit. Most of these models should be on camera. Might be a few that are kind of hiding off camera a little bit. There we go. Nice. Alright, so it is actually it's only a 4-point army, so 500 points, 4 dice. Okay, sorry, I just read your comment. That is actually both scary and hilarious. Okay, so taking a look, speaking of, this is Egyptian. So this is my Cultic with that army. So what this is for those of you who haven't seen it, this is actually going to be my count as German. So this is my German army. The reason why I went with this is because I don't like taking, I talk about this all the time, I don't like taking a fully historically painted German army to a local friendly gaming store. I have no problem with it. If I see one, it doesn't bug me at all, but I know these stores have very thin profit margins. I don't want to put a local friendly gaming store in a weird position. All it takes is some angry mom or some angry person, you have to be there for Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something else, taking a picture and throwing that up on social media, then that store is going to bear the brunt of it, not me. So I wouldn't do it to anybody. So instead, I went for a Cult of Imhotep themed army from the movie Mummy. So that's exactly what this is. So instead of totem core zombies, they have mummies. So it's a 500 point army. It's got 4 dice. So we'll start off with the officer. We went ahead with a regular second lieutenant with an assault rifle, and that'll be a Nox and a Moon. You can see her in her, it's not exactly from the movie. She has a gold, this one she kind of has a gold bikini and a right off the exterior ammo pouches on the back, but she does have an assault rifle. So she is the regular second lieutenant with assault rifle, and she does have an adjutant. So that'll be our lead cultist. So you see him with his fez. He also has a stick 44, but if you see, he has 2 books. The one in his hand is black, the Book of the Dead, and you see the golden book, the Book of Amun-Ra, on his belt. So if you've seen the movies, you definitely know what I'm talking about. So that's your leadership element. That's 1 dice. It's these 2 regular, one's a regular second lieutenant and their adjutant. They both have assault rifles. Next unit is going to be a standard Wehrmacht squad. This is going to be 10 personnel. The NCO has a submachine gun. 2 people make up a light machine gun team, and then 1 guy has a Panzerfaust. So here is the non-commissioned officer for the this Wehrmacht squad, which is basically just a squad of cultists. You can tell he has the fez. He has a red fez, and there's his SMG on his back. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're not AKs. They're Stig 44s. I do have some AKs, but I'm saving those for different units. These ones I went ahead and just gave them Stig 44s. Alright, so that was the NCO of the squad. I'll pull out the machine gunner. So here is the light machine gunner. He has a pistol, as all good machine gunners should. And he has his MG42 kind of over his shoulder. I know an MG42... So you have to bear with me. The whole light machine gun, medium machine gun... I just model it with machine gun bits I have. You know, I obviously didn't have an MG34 handy, you know, so I just went with an MG42. It's fine. It gets a hit with buzzsaw rule, so it's fine. And then let me pull out his loader for you. So here is the loader for the light machine gun. You can tell he has an extra bipod in his hand. There's no bipod on that machine gun. And he has an extra bag on his back, and he has an ammo can attached to his back. Alright, then the other personnel are all riflemen, except there is a rifleman with a Panzerfaust. So here's his Panzerfaust right here, just in case they come across some armor. So again, a pattern needs to look just like the cultists from the Cultist Imhotep. Alright, moving on down, now we have a Totem Corps squad. So, Totem Corps squad, I paid for 6 animated corpses, and we actually have 6 of these mummies. Oh no, I got you. Okay, no, you're fine. Yeah. The reason why I said that is because you can actually model units with AK-47s because this is Conflict 47, the AK-47. Without diving too much into history about how likely Vinix they captured some German guys, but anyways. AK-47s are definitely in the game. There's a lot of Russian units that use it, especially the Daughters of the Motherland. And so any unit that says it can use an assault rifle, you can either use, you know, if it's an Axis, you can use a Stig 44 or FG 42 or something like that. If it's an American or a British one, you can just use a captured AK-47. You know, I guarantee you they copied those. Alright, so the last unit on this list for this 500-point army, what takes up a shit ton of points, is, I call it the Eye of Horus, which will be this Panther X. So it's not a Panzer IV, it's a legitimate Panther X. So it's a lot of points. It has a turret-mounted short fuel projector, the gravity cannon. It has a coaxial medium machine gun, and then it also has a medium machine gun right here. So good thing about that is the range on the projector is actually further than machine guns, like 48. But let's say for whatever reason you don't want to use it, you can actually just use the coaxial medium machine gun and the forward-facing machine gun. And again, you still have the Hitler's buzzsaw. And again, this is a Panther, so it has 9-up armor with shots to the front counting as 10 plus armor. So this thing is going to be an absolute monster on the field. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. So I'm hoping this is the army that you know what? It might actually be HS. I pulled it from a I think I pulled it exactly from that box you're thinking of. That's why the machine gun looks so big. At the time, I didn't have any German sprues, and I wasn't going to buy German sprues just for bits. Now I have some for free that I can use. So at the time, it was cheaper just to buy one of those boxes. So it's probably exactly the ammo can, or it's probably exactly the can you think it is. I'm just using it as an ammo can. Again, these are cultists, so they'll use whatever they find. So yeah, I'm hoping this is the army that I want the new player to use, only because it is not a fair matchup. When I show you the Imperial Japanese list, you're going to be like, that list is going to get slaughtered, as in the Imperial Japanese. Yes, they will. So this Panther X is an absolute monstrosity. I mean, these machine guns are each getting 6 shots. You don't even have to use the gravity projector if you want to. You can just run around and just throw out 12 machine gun shots. Absolute insanity. So again, You have the leadership team that have assault rifles. You have a 10-man regular squad that has a light machine gun, an SMG on the sergeant, and a Panzerfaust back there. Then you have 6 Toten Corps. So the 2 Conflict 47 units you have are the Panther X with the gravity projector, and you have the Toten Corps. So Toten Corps are cool because they have the horror special rule, they're tough infantry, they're fanatics, they're slow, and they also ignore pin markers and morale checks. So you can just sit there and pin them all day long. It absolutely does not matter. But they are slow. I said they only move 4, and if they run, it's going to be 8. So the zombies or the mummies here are actually super slow. So yeah, this is my Cult of Imhotep themed army. So this is one of the armies, the quote-unquote opposing force. I think it's kind of cool. Y'all were on stream when I built it and painted it. I think it's pretty thematic, very pulpy. You know, I really fell in love with the Panther X. I'm not a big fan of German tanks that much. I also don't like BMW cars. I think, spicy opinion, you know, feel free to attack me. I feel most German tanks are just over-engineered. There's nothing wrong with it, you know, to each their own. But I think they're a little too over-engineered. Whereas American tanks were under-engineered and high modularity. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just different strokes for different folks. But with the work Mrs. Tiki did with the hieroglyphics and stuff like that, I think this tank came out pretty cool. Yeah, it's exactly what it is, but especially for a demo game, I kind of want them to win. And I want them to have the more powerful force, and I feel like this would be a very fun force to play. It has your very stereotypical machine guns, it has assault rifles, it has zombies, and it has a big fuck-off tank with a gravity cannon. I think it'd be a fun army to play. That's kind of what I built it as. So let me put this army away, then I'll bust out the other one. The only thing that force is missing is walkers, but to me, I don't feel like the Germans would have sold this Egyptian cult any of their walkers. Like, they're lucky they got a gravity cannon, a Panther X, you know? But, I don't think they give them any of their walkers. So. So they were just animated. So technically, lore-wise, whoever read the inscriptions on the Book of Amun-Ra controls them. So they could be either one technically, but they will cause horror units to anybody. So for those of you who haven't seen, if you didn't catch the Halloween stream, I bought a whole bunch more mummies. Like it's gonna be bumped up from 6 to like 20 something. And I got a new officer for this unit. It's actually Imhotep himself, and he actually has an assault rifle in his hand. It's actually pretty cool. That head cultist guy is going to become the forward air observer, and I'm going to get like a biplane to be their aircraft. Yeah, I'll definitely let Miss Tiki know that she did well. Yeah, me and her are gonna do a contest to see who can draw the kanji characters better for my native warrior shields. We're both gonna draw, and we're gonna see who does it better. All right, so let me bring up my list for 500 points of Tiki Terrors. I have a whole bunch of those. Let me try and find the right one. Okay, yeah, it's a very boring list, just so you know. So I'm I'm just double checking the list right now, make sure I have enough models. Okay, yep. No, Bubba Hotel. Oh, that's such a good movie. If you guys don't know it, there's an I can't think of the name of the movie actually. I think it might be Bubba Tep or something like that. I think that's a more clever title, but it's one of shit, The Chin. It's one of Bruce Campbell's better movies. Yeah, that actually might be. Oh, that's actually a really cool idea. We have to steal that using bikes with sidecars as chariots. All right, let me pop down and grab the next army. Oh no, I just had a model malfunction. Glad I'm breaking these out now so I can fix it in a second here. Alright, almost caught myself trying to sneak in some extra riflemen there. Sorry that took a little bit. I just wanted to kind of make sure I had it right. Alright, so here is the other force list. This is the force hopefully I will be playing. I'm hoping, unless they want to play it, which by means they can play whichever side they want. So again, this comes in at 495 points, so about 5 points smaller. So what you have here is, for leadership, you have a veteran second lieutenant and a veteran adjutant, both armed with SMGs. That'll be my usual Moto Surf guys. So here you have the officer. I haven't replaced them yet with the samurai helmets, so I'll probably just run them with the soft caps as they are. So he's got an SMG on his back, and he's got his family heirloom katana out. You can tell it's got the silver fittings and the brass hand grip. You know, the nice black fancy sheath. Here is this veteran adjutant. You can tell he has the NCO because he has the green soft cap instead of the tan one. You can also tell by his katana, it's OD green. So it's a Shingunto factory-made katana. And he's also packing an SMG. So usually what I do with these guys is, I'll skip on down the list, I bring a light truck. So it is a, just because I had points to spend, so it's a veteran light truck. Usually I take them as regular. So it's a veteran light truck with a pintle-mounted medium machine gun. So just like you see right here, it has the trademark Tiki camo scheme, you know, tan with green vines, and you can tell it's got a machine gun. I know what you're thinking, like, who would want a machine gun over the driver's side, but you gotta remember, these guys are likely taking islands and former British colonies, you know, where they drive on the other side of the road, and the driver's side is the starboard side of the vehicle, if that makes sense. So the driver is actually on this side, so therefore the machine gunner would be up or on this side. That way you don't have to flash blind the driver. So with this tactic, like, if you guys haven't seen it, or if I haven't talked about it, if you never played me, which I don't think anyone has, I do what I call the Moto Surf. So I generally keep my officer, I don't use snap 2 orders really, I just have him ride around in the truck using that machine gun. Because it's a mobile machine gun team. A truck does have the armor of 6, so it's a little bit beefier than a machine gun team. It can move and shoot. Yes, it does still have the penalty, but it can move and shoot. And if the truck gets blown up, because they're both veterans and there's an extra adjutant, it kind of helps that officer stay alive. So once the truck goes down, generally those infantry survive. They come out and then they can move and fight as needed. Yeah, so the Scorpion is small. So as far as buying Conflict 47 models, it's very limited, but there is a surefire way to get the models at a cost-effective price. And to me, there's only one way. If you're not counting like just waiting on Amazon. The best way to get these models at a cost-effective price is to get the starter kits, but you're limited to what comes in a starter kit. And I don't think any of them come with like a big medium walker, so they only come with light walkers and Rift Tech tanks. So, like I said, it's the best. So yeah, these little walkers are generally like 30 or 40 bucks. You know, it's a lot for a model that size. But when you get the Japanese starter box, it'll come with one of these. It'll come with a Chiha tank with the Rift Tech turret plus the other turrets. It'll come with 24 infantry and 5 heavy and 5 of the battle suits, which is cool because what you can do with, like, what can I do with 5 battle suits? Well, you can make a small assault team, a small battle frame team, you know, that have the grenade launchers and SMGs, or you can do what I did, where you set it up to where one is, you can take one as your officer. For your army, you can actually have a battle frame officer, which is super legit because they're tough and they're fast. And you can use the other 4, and you can use those to build 2-man anti-tank teams. You just gotta put little Panther streaks on them, and now you've got a really good way to use those 5 exosuits you get in the starter kit. Anyways, moving back to this army. So we have our veteran second lieutenant and his adjutant, both packing SMGs, and we have their Moto Surf truck. It's a veteran truck with a medium machine gun. It's only veteran because I had to spend the points. Alright, moving on to the high ticket item. This is the Type 6 Scorpion Walker. So I paid for the 2 forward-facing casement-mounted. I paid for the 2 forward-facing medium machine guns, and I replaced the light. I paid for the light AT Dig and replaced it with a compression cannon. So it has. It has the 2 machine guns right there in its nose, 2 casement machine guns, and then up top here it has its actual compression cannon. So this is basically my main anti-tank. So this is going to go up against that Panther X, and it will likely 100% lose. I think it's going to get... So on its own, it's amazing. They're expensive points-wise, but it's because they also come with the Recce special rule. Like, this is a great competitor for the Type 92 tankette for its slot. Because again, you're getting 2 forward-facing medium machine guns, so that's putting out 10 rounds right there. 10 rounds, it's insane. And then you also have a light compression cannon. So the way compression cannons work is you get, it has a 36-inch range, which is your average machine gun range, which is pretty damn good, right? So you have a 36-inch range with a light compression cannon. It has 3 shots at AP plus 3. And if all 3 hit, then you get the compression wave special rule, which is additional damage. So it has 10 machine gun rounds, and it has a light compression cannon, which is 3 shots at 36 range with a plus 3 damage. That's decent against armor or heavy infantry. And then on top of that, also it's the Recce rule, so they're pretty cool. So that's the special Conflict 47 model on this unit. So I try to make this unit not bland, but to where it would be a good counterbalance to the other unit without being too OP. And so these are my very boring, these are just veteran rifleman squads. So you have a veteran NCO and 7 riflemen. They're all veterans, and they have I paid the points, so they have anti-tank grenades. So you have leadership hiding in a truck, you have the light walker, then you have these guys, and they all have AT grenades. So in case they do come up against the percussion cannon. Yeah, at plus 3, yeah, I think plus 3 is where you can start threatening. I wouldn't say it's a very reliable counter to medium armor, but at plus 3, you can start to threaten medium armor. You can still piss off heavy armor, but you can delightfully threaten medium armor. So yeah, this is my 500 point, very small 500 point Imperial Japanese team. Is everything a veteran? I think it is. I think the Walker's a veteran too. Let me double check. Oh no. Okay, I didn't have those points. All right, I didn't have that kind of crazy. Okay, so the Walker's the only. He's a regular. But the truck's a veteran. The officer and his adjutant are veteran, and both these 8-man squads are veteran. So it is gonna be hard for him to fight. Like I said, depending on which list the person, he or she, whichever list they want to take, they either have some troops with some staying power, a pretty decent light walker, and a mobile machine gun truck, you know, or they have some zombies, a big ass tank with a gravity cannon, officers with assault rifles, and a 10-man team that has all sorts of like Swiss Army knife. They have a machine gun, they have a rocket launcher, so you kind of have 2 different. So this is a highly specialized style of play. Like, I think both forces are pretty decently. They're pretty. Like I said, they're same points cost, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This has 1 extra dice count than the other one. I think probably because of the truck. But I'll put a poll in the chat, and you guys let me know which one you think. Which one would you rather play, or which do you think is the better force? So the compression rifles have that ability. So compression rifles, you can either take a normal rifle shot, like one, just one shot, normal damage at 24 inches, or I think it's like at 12 inches, you could take 3 shots at -1 AP. So you won't hit as much, but you'll be putting more out since it's technically just a numbers game. So the way I think about it, almost works more, almost like a shotgun is a better way to think about it. Oh, thanks, Jess. I appreciate it. Yeah, so like I said, that's why I kind of built it. Some people like German tanks, and I think there's nothing wrong with that as far as the hobby goes. Some people want to play with a big old German tank. I get it. I think it's going to be gnarly on the battlefield. So this can damage it, and these guys can just, they might be able to piss it off, maybe. But again, they have to hit, if they assault it, it's got to be on a full, it's very difficult to, even with anti-tank grenades and Fnatic, it's very difficult to assault a tank. But if this guy goes down, that's all we have. He doesn't try to assault that tank. I think this truck is going to help a lot with the zombies. Putting out the how many shots? I always forget. That's the problem with going between Conflict 47 and version 3 of bolt action rules. Is it's hard to wrap your mind around some things that change. Oh yeah, okay, that's better. Yeah, so there is no half roll for machine guns. So for the truck, you're actually still putting out 5 machine gun rounds. So this truck moves, -1 for moving, but then you get 5 shots. That's pretty cool. So I feel like this truck's gonna use a lot to harass the zombies and just kind of just pour shots, like 5 shots into them at a turn. For those who don't know, the way the zombies work is when they go down, you roll a dice, and I want to say like on a 6, they get back up again. Kind of like the old school Necron rule, which is pretty damn cool if you ask me. So zombies can be an absolute pain in the ass to kill. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it, like the old school hotshot lasers, yeah. So compression rifles, it's either a normal shot or -1 AP, and you get like, I think it's like 2 or 3 shots. So great for like shotgunning people, especially like lower armored people like regular troops. But again, with the amount of heavy infantry and monsters and zombies, I can't recommend compression rifles. Maybe for ghost attack squads, but that's probably about it. Alright, so there are 2 armies. Let me put those to the side as well. Alright, so let's take a look at the poll. Oh man, looks like Cult of Imhotep is winning. People like their tankety tanks. Nothing wrong with that. Like I said, if they ask, I'll recommend them playing as the Cult of Imhotep, just because I think it's a little bit stronger and it showcases more Weird War technology. But if they want to play as the Imperial Japanese, I said, some people may want to be like, hey, I want to try it, but I don't want to do all this kind of weird stuff. If they're more like traditional style and they play traditional roles, but this army is pretty simple, with the exception of the Scorpion Lightwalker. So the other thing about walkers, what makes walkers cool, is their armor. So like this one has armor 8, but the way it works is it's armor 8 all the way around. There are no weak spots. You can hit it from the ass and hit it from the top with an airstrike. It doesn't matter. It's 8. So that's pretty cool. There are no weak spots. So it doesn't matter if you flank it. You can't really. That's the whole point of a walker. They're supposed to be fighting, either sneaking through on light walkers, like doing recon through the woods, or in the case of medium walkers and some light walkers, fighting in the urban streets where it's super easy for some guy to pop up on a rooftop and just launch a some random trained local who's had like 2 weeks of training, pops up on top of a rooftop and puts a Panzerfaust round shaped charge right through the turret of a tank and kills, 4 or 5 guys who had to train months at a tank school, plus you lose a tank. So to get away from that, that's what in this Conflict 47 lore, they started using walkers in cities. They're better for city fighting because they have all around armor. There's no weak spots on them. Alright, once I clear these guys, we'll start working on our natives again. Paint some more natives. So yeah, I kind of kitted out this 500-point Imperial Japanese Lease for my own lore as like almost like a reconnaissance platoon. Think about it, you have a light truck that the commander sits in, like a command truck that has a machine gun for, mobile fire support. You have a light walker. It's got some serious armament on it, but it also has the recon special role. And then you have just 2 small rifle squads that are veterans, so they kind of lends more towards the recon. They don't need a lot of guidance. They're veterans. They know what they're doing. And because they're veterans, they pack extra gear full of anti-tank grenades. Because if you're a recon, you're out there, where there's no conventional forces to back you up, and you come across a tank, you're going to have everything you need to try and get out of that fight. So one thing I did want to show is, you can tell I got bored when I was building my NCOs, my rifle NCOs, because it's the same pose over and over and over and over again. So like here's one who's just a regular rifleman NCO. Again, you can tell he's an NCO. Sorry. You can tell he's an NCO because he's got that green soft cap, and he's got the OD green Shingunto factory made katana does issue to him, right? And then boom, he's got his big ass rifle. So just a regular NCO with a rifle, not a big deal, right? Then I get bored. So here's another NCO. He's got the green soft cap and he's got a rifle slung on his back, so it counts as having a rifle. There's his badge rank. There's the Shigunto katana. And this guy's just full, Doc Holliday with 2 Nambu pistols. Like, come on, make my day. I dare you. So definitely the other NCO I'll be taking because I think it's a fun pose. Just kind of like pulled out 2 Nambu pistols. Like let's go. One thing I'm working on is I really need to pull my clips from. I play a lot of Enlisted on my off-duty time. If you're not familiar with that video game, it's actually a lot of fun. I play a lot of that, so I have a lot of what I think are pretty good clips. Not that I'm good in the game, just that I play it a lot, so statistically some cool stuff happens. So I need to find a way to, I guess, download those clips and be able to upload them on my stream. I don't like connecting stuff too much, so I'll have to find a way to, because I don't want to link my Xbox account to my YouTube persona. They use separate emails, separate names, separate accounts for safety reasons. So I'll have to find a way to use an airlock system, download those into one thing, convert it, and upload it to something else. But anyway, the reason why I say that is there's a lot of really funny, really good clips. I had one recently I was playing, and my rifle completely ran out of ammunition. I was actually a SNLF, a Special Naval Landing Force paratrooper. So I took one small team paratroop behind enemy lines, built a spawn point, and we're sitting there launching, mortars. We had light mortars and rifles. And we ran out of ammo. My guys were dropping out the last one alive, and I only had 5 rounds left of my rifle. So I was sitting there with my bolt action trying to make each round count. I think I missed 1 or 2 guys. So one of them went, so I was running out of ammo, and eventually I get charged, so I pop up to take my last shot with a rifle, and I wing the Marine running at me. So I wing him in the arm, but he doesn't go down. And it's one of those funny things where in video games you take over stuff you learn. So I've always been a huge proponent when it comes to training. I've always been a huge proponent of the New York City reload. So, and it's something you hear me scream on the range. If you're not familiar with the New York City reload, so you have, generally with a weapon system, you have remedial action and immediate action in case the weapon ceases to operate the way it should. Could be a stoppage, could be a malfunction, depends on the cycle of operations without getting too far into it. It's either immediate action or remedial action. So, there's a difference between what you do in a range and what you do in a fight. So something I always harped on is a lot of our TO&E, a lot of our tasking, we were dual armed. So we carried pistols. And so one thing I'd scream at is called the New York City reload. The fastest way to reload your weapon is to draw a second weapon. You know, so you have your failure drills and stuff like that. So I always screamed about New York City reloads. And I trained on that harshly over and over again. So as I was playing this game, you know, I pop up from cover with my bolt action. It was actually a Type 2, so it was like the breakdown. Type 99. So I pop up, I wing the Marine, he's still running at me, and I saw his arm reach back like he's about to throw a grenade over the sandbag. So I immediately transitioned to a Nambu pistol and just put like 3 Nambu 8mm rounds right into the guy, and he drops. I was like, yes, and as I go down, unfortunately a Sherman popped up, was coming up the road on my flank side. So as I popped back up again, I just got mowed down with the bow 30 cal. It just cut me down in half, which is pretty good. But as a long story short, sorry, when I saw that NCO, it made me think about that awesome clip. And I remember I ended up sending to my friends saying like, hey, New York City reload. That's exactly what it was. As soon as that last round went to the bolt action, immediately swapped to the pistol. And ended up saving my guy because I dropped that one Marine who was pulling back a grenade. But it ended up not mattering because the Sherman came around the corner and the bow gunner just put me down. So yeah, I'm looking at the forces. Let me know what you guys think, honestly. I would love to hear y'all's critique about, and I'm glad y'all like the armies. I'm glad they look cool enough and you guys think they'd be fun to play, but also any critique you have. I try to make them as balanced as I could, with making one obviously more powerful than the other and cooler than the other, so they have something cool to play. I just don't have a lot of Weird War units painted and ready. I tend to stick mostly to my Imperial Japanese. So, I don't know, I think having real life not gaming. Yeah, funny you say that. Depending how you want to pronounce it, a Makarov or Makarov, that might be one of my next handgun purchases. Nice little old Soviet block 9mm. I just like the design of the firearm. It has nothing to do with, I'm not like a, you know, Eastern Bloc sympathizer. Nothing to do with that. I'm not trying to support anything. Again, everything I do is apolitical. Breaking down the firearm, when you actually look at a Makarov, it's extremely similar in how a Beretta 92FS operates as far as the, again, they're located different, they function differently, but as far as the mindset of having a safety, a decocking lever, there's a few other things with the Makarov that I actually like. I like the fixed barrel. I like a lot of how the designs are in the firearms. That might be one of my next ones. Usually I'm a revolver guy, but that might be one of my next purchases. Alright, but other than that, looking at the armies, trying to compare the list. So, the only advantage the Imperial Japanese have is they have 3 units that can grab the nurse, technically. 3 little mates. Oh yeah, they'll be chasing those nuns. So there's, 3 units in the Imperial Japanese Army can actually grab the nuns. Because you have the leadership team where they both have SMGs, but they'll be riding in the truck, and you have those 2 8-man squads. And they're veterans and they're fanatics, so they're going to be hard to kind of kill. So he's going to get a lot of shots on them. That's one thing I feel bad. I feel like he's going to get shots on them, but they may or may not die, but it's only because they're veterans, you know? But, that's the downside to the Colt Army, is they only have 2 units that can grab the nuns, because the mummies aren't smart enough to, like, grab a nun and carry them off the tabletop. They likely just eat them or kill them. So they only have their leadership team with ARs and their 10-man blob. But like I said, I'm pretty sure the Panther X with its gravity cannon and machine guns, dual medium machine guns, will make up for it. Yeah, Tokarevs were pretty cool. If no one's ever seen a Tokarev, I pronounce it Tokarev. I'm sure it's pronounced differently, so feel free to correct me, but I've always said Tokarev. So, they're cool when you see them fire, like, there's actually fire comes out the end of them. They're a very unique round, it's munition. Like I said, I like firearms, and I'm a huge ammunition nerd. So the ammunition is very unique. The 7.62 by 25 Tokarev round, very interesting round, designed to be a submachine gun. So speaking of that, I don't have a Tokarev, but I do have a PPS 43 civilian model from the Radom plant in Poland. So the stock's welded, it's configured to fire from the closed bolt. I'll always keep it that way. It's quote unquote a handgun, but it's also been rechambered from the 7.62 by 25 Tokarev to 9mm NATO. That might be, so it's a funny mechanic HS, and I think that would work in your group, but I think that might be a little too much, a little too complex for a demo game. All right. Yes, I say certain words funny, even with weird accents. I'm not trying to sound cool, it's just the way I've always read it, the way I've always said it, so I just kind of stick with it. Alright, let's get painting a native. Yeah, I've heard you can. I don't know, I feel like that would defeat the purpose of a Tokarev pistol, but it's all good. Alright, let's get painting. That's fancy. Oh man, a 41, nice. That beats my PPS 43. In case anyone's curious, a fully loaded PPS 43 with a full mag, plus one in the pipe. That is a heavy girl. I'm talking, it's like, I think it's 8 pounds. Yeah, it's about 8 pounds for the fully loaded, like, 25 to 30 round magazine. I think it's gnarly. And because it's so heavy and you shoot 9mm out of it, there's almost no recoil. So without getting too weird down the ammo track, what a lot of people don't know is 9mm NATO has some interesting grains. So usually you see like your 115 grains for like range, and you'll see like a higher grain. Like, so grain is the actual weight of the, without getting too far into it, simplistically, grain is the best way to talk about the weight of the actual projectile itself for a round of ammunition. So 115 is the lighter ones. Those are great for, you know, just target practice and things like that, or maybe in smaller subcompact ones. 124 is generally about your normal duty rounds. You'll see those in like hollow points and stuff like that. It's there's enough weight behind it to actually kind of roll in there and do some stuff. However, so funny little story is how rumors get started. Way back in the old days, in like the 80s or 90s, you know, in the time of Wonder Nines, people heard about MP5s. MP5s are great. Every special organization, from special forces to SWAT to Secret Service, everybody wanted MP5s because they were great, and they still are. I trained on an MP5. I taught people how to shoot MP5s. It's a great system. Don't get me wrong. Great system. So with that, people wanted a more powerful 9mm round. There's no such shooting a lighter 115 or a 124 grain out of a full barrel length. You have to remember, barrels have links. So it's just simple physics. The heavier something is, and the more it travels down that barrel, the more force it will have, the foot-pounds, when it collides with its target. So with that, they developed a heavier 9mm NATO round. It was a 147 grain. So the 147 grain is phenomenal only out of long barrels. It was designed for the MP5. So what happens is a lot of people will purchase ammo in bulk, and so a lot of special operations units had these heavier 9mm rounds specially used for the MP5, these heavier grain bullets. Well, then when they started messing around with suppressors, anytime you're trying to suppress something, the heavier a bullet it is, the less. So the smaller the bullet, the faster it travels, the more supersonic it is. And this is not super accurate. It's just trying to talk at like an entry level. So the heavier the grain, the bigger the bullet, the more easier it is to make it go subsonic or to suppress. That's why like a 45 ACP is better, easier to suppress than a 9mm traditional. So anyways, you have these big old 147 grain 9mm rounds. So all these special operations units decided like, hey, we have suppressors, let's just use these heavier 9mm bullets or suppressors. And again, it's a longer barrel to put a suppressor on. So they work pretty well. But rumor got out that all the cool guys, all those SEAL units, use 147 grain bullets. So 147 grain bullets became like the holy grail. It's the best 9mm round. So people started using these 147 grain 9mm bullets in their regular duty pistols, or even their compact 9mm pistols, what few ones were around back then. And the results were not what they wanted. Like, these aren't as effective as we thought they were. These are supposed to be the be-all, end-all, like, what the hell, da-da-da-da. So it's a super long, I guess, rambling on sentence talking about ammunition, talking about bullet grains. But if you ever come across a box of 9mm and you have 115, 124, 147, the 147 is meant to be fired out of, you know, pistol caliber carbines. So that would be like an MP5, or like I have a PPS 43 civilian model, you know, so those longer barrel firearms. And again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a, you know, firearm expert. There's plenty of those on YouTube. Jesus Christ. But I can only speak of my experiences. So I do like ammo. I find ammo very interesting. So very curious now on what's the story between 115, 124, and 147 grain 9mm bullets. Now you know what it is. The 147 were meant for what we call pistol caliber carbines or submachine guns on the military and law enforcement side. But for us mere civilians who don't have class 3 licenses, just pistol caliber carbines. Right? I do have the equipment to reload. I don't do a lot of reloading as much these days anymore, just because, you know, I kind of swap hobbies. I don't shoot as much, therefore I don't need to reload as much. I still reload shot shells though. That's like a fun hobby. You know, 20 gauge, 12 gauge, fun stuff. I used to do 38 special and 356 Magnum, but I don't anymore. During the lockdowns, during the big plague outbreak, reloading equipment like skyrocketed. And I wasn't trying to be like a gouge guy, you know, but some guy really wanted 45 long Colt, and I had a hand loading kit for it, you know, so I sold it to him. He paid way over what it cost me. I tried to not really like talk him down, like I wasn't gonna give him to him for what I bought it for. But I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, all right. So I sold off a lot of my reloading supplies during COVID. That was nice. I would probably do like Gator Cavalry. So it's funny you mentioned that. My Old World army actually has giant crabs. My Merchants of Menace, I plan on doing crabs. You know, a lot like the Vampire Coasts. So I plan on doing like big crabs to like move the carts around for like the cannons and stuff. So yeah, that's one of the things I do to try and keep hobbies approachable. Is when I'm done with one hobby, and I know I probably won't go back, I generally sell off a lot of the stuff. So like I said, I sold off a lot of my paintball stuff, a lot of my reloading stuff. So I just slowly change hobbies. Now as I'm a little bit older, I kind of like hanging out in the house with the spouse. You know, so you know things like paintball or reloading or shooting kind of take me out of the house. So funny you say competitions. A younger Tiki, not that much younger. Actually, just before COVID hit, I was actually you're familiar with what single action shooting is? SAS. I actually did SAS for a little bit. It's a lot of fun. Picked up a lot of good skills. Overall, I'm just not a big competitive guy. They have a good scene, which is nice. The younger people are super competitive. The older people are super chill. But they're also like very judgy too, so I don't know. It was fun, but it wasn't completely my scene. For those of you who don't know what SAS is SAS is Single Action Shooting Society. It's competitive shooting, but only of certain firearms. They're like old Western style firearms. So two single action. Usually there's different categories, but usually two single action revolvers, a shotgun of the period. So usually a 1897 pump, or coach guns or single shot, or like me, a lever action. Then you generally have a lever action carbine or rifle. So it's fun. It's basically like LARPing. Everyone dresses like a cowboy, and you have to wear certain things while you shoot your stage. It's very safe. They're very safe. They're very strict about their safety rules. It's live ammo, but it's a lot of fun. It's funny, instead of dressing like a cowboy, even though I'm from Texas, instead of dressing like a traditional cowboy, I did like my first 2 matches, but all my other ones, as I put my costume together, because you get like a special name and stuff, I was actually like I did like a British explorer. I thought it was funny, like I had the pit helmet, the cavalry pants, all that kind of stuff. And it was all the correct time period, so it was all kosher if you could go into the rules. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's up there with one of my dream firearms. I guess we're talking about firearms, so I'm totally down for that. One of my dream firearms to ever touch and shoot, besides like a grease gun and some of the other ones, like a Type 11 LMG, would be a LeMat revolver. I'd be terrified to shoot a LeMat because I'm scared it'd blow up in my hands. So for those who don't know what a LeMat revolver is, it's a precursor to what I carry today. I like to carry Judges and things like that. But it was I think it was a 6-shot. So it was a 6-shot revolver. And then it also had a cylinder in the middle of the revolver where you could actually load a 20 gauge projectile. And you just basically pull the hammer back and flip the hammer on whether you want to fire one of the cartridges or whether you want to fire the actual 20 gauge. So it gave you, multiple pistol rounds plus a 20 gauge. And there's rumors of cavalry during the American Civil War that were just armed with like 2 Lamat revolvers on top of like a coach gun, and it would just ride in and just absolutely slice through either artillery, cannon teams, or just line units. They would just come in, you know, with the coach gun on the shoulder, pump off those 2, toss the coach gun, and then pull out the Lamat revolvers. You know, pop off both 20 gauge barrels from the Lamat revolvers, and as they ride off, you just take pop shots with their actual pistol rounds. Yeah, HS. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Oh yeah, Lamats, man. Lamat is up there with one of my dream firearms. The Type 11 LMG, M3A1 grease gun, and a Lamat. Yeah, Lamats are super cool. But yeah, it was absolutely terrifyingly effective as cavalry. I think, you know, I was thinking about that. I thought it was a 6-shot. I think it might actually be an 8-shot. I think they made like different, yeah, +1. Yeah, definitely +1. They made different calibers for it. I'm really surprised that Lamat revolvers didn't make it into like more marshal and sheriff and law enforcement hands out in the Wild West. Seems like a wildly useful firearm to have, you know, peacekeeping in towns. Alright, there are my finished examples. One's kind of based, one not. I just want to see what they look like with green bases. That's why I painted one on the base. I haven't thought of a name for them. Some people are calling them Tiki's Headhunters. These are my native. So for my militia riflemen, I wanted to look better, different than my Imperial Japanese soldiers. So I decided for my militia, I'll just use these natives. You can tell they're friendly towards the Imperial Japanese because they have these like little white loincloths. But the fun thing is they have these shields, and on these shields I'm going to write the kanji character for sake. And the whole story is like the Imperial Japanese gave them like, hey, these special shields have magical writing on it that'll protect you from, you know, the Marines' bullets. When realistically it's just the tops and bottoms of their sake barrels. I decided to paint the leaves on the bottom of the shield, just more like palm fronds, kind of making camouflage a little bit better in the jungles. Yeah, so it's not full goblin green, but I like the goblin green days. You know, they make me smile. So this is just Christmas green matte from Apple Barrel. two coats of that gives you about a goblin green style base. I like it because it harkens back to like me looking at old school DACA pictures, you know, people's armies back in the old days when everything was goblin green. So I tried to get as close to it as I could, and then I just put some green tufts on it, and it's jungle base. So earlier, Weird War, we showed the 2 500-point armies that I'll be taking on my Conflict 47 demo on Monday. They got pretty favorable responses. I think it should be, no matter which side the person wants to play, I think it should be fun to play either army. I think one is definitely cooler than the other as far as more units to play. It has more specialty units. But we'll see. That's a pretty good name, yeah, because they also, as you can tell, also be my inexperienced lunge mines. They'll just chop off their spears and put on the shape charges. So this is for my big 1250 point 3rd edition bolt action army, where it actually has 8 tanks. So for troop choices, it had to be cheap, and I had to take the little 5-man militia teams. So it'll have 4 5-man militia rifle teams, plus 6 inexperienced lunge mines. They'll have their leadership teams, which are just regulars, but with 3 SPGs each, and they'll have 8 tanks, 6 Chihas, and 2 Shikis. Inexperienced, of course, but that's still a lot of tanks. So funny thing, I don't know if you guys have this issue. Maybe it's just a self-esteem issue on my side. There's something about painting muscular models, like as you're painting and you can see like their like muscles, you're like, I used to have muscles there. I should go to the gym more. Like that always hits me when I paint these like muscular units, like I used to look like that. Oh god, what happened? You know, years of laziness and poor dietary habits. So as I paint these like muscular models, I'm like, I really need to get back to going to the gym more regularly. I don't work out as much during the winter, only because my local pool is closed, obviously for the weather. Yeah, like I said, I'm hoping they pick the Colt, the German army. I figure getting to run around with a Panther X with a gravity cannon, 6 zombies/mummies. That's gonna be pretty damn cool. Hoping I'll give them their weird war fix. But if they want to play as the Imperial Japanese, that's totally fine. It's a little bit more boring, but they do get the Scorpion Walker. And some people I think some people are just going to go with what looks cooler, and the Scorpion Walker does look pretty badass. It's a very well-designed model on the part of Clockwork Goblins and Warlord Games. Well done on that one. It's almost like if you're like, hey, design a light mech that does reconnaissance and stalks through the jungle and attacks things. I'm like, yep, that design 100% makes sense. And it's not a downside. The only downside to it is it's such a good model that it really competes with the Type 92 Tiki. I mean, it costs more, obviously, but it has more. But it's a good enough model where, the Type 92 isn't automatically like an include like it used to be. Yeah, I've seen some of those pull points too. I was thinking about it. So with these ones, Weird War, I kit bashed a lot of these are working Atlantic Aztec. For most parts, I used Frostgrave, Ghost, Archipelago, Natives box, and then I also used a lot of Wargame Atlantic Great War French, some late war German Grenadiers from Warlord Games, and I think some Imperial Japanese screws, obviously for the lunch mines. See, I like the legs on the Scorpion because the way those legs work, like in lore-wise, is they can rapidly rise and lower themselves. So it's like they can literally just walk into like a section of like trees and then just like hydraulically lower themselves all the way to the ground and just be like a fortified LPOP, But then when they need to shoot, they can just go and raise themselves back up and just clear the treetops and start shooting. I think it's a super cool mech, but I'm biased because I like my Imperial Japanese. So, for this Tanner flesh look, we're actually going with Gilliman flesh, the contrast paint. The darker you want, you can just do multiple coats. So I think for these guys, I'm going to give them different shades. Not on one body, obviously one will be like one shade, but some will be darker than others just because it's a mixture of an island culture and different tribes. Yeah, it's all started because I wanted militia units to look different from my regulars. Originally, I was going to use like French partisan bodies with like Kaga, like rice farmer hats, but I decided this would be more Tiki. Like why not lean into the whole Tiki idea and actually make like some Tiki style models. Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of the same people like in this video also watch a lot of Weird War stuff and, you know, pop into other people's videos like Shells of Iron or, you know, Next Vid or some other people's. A lot of people here also watch Morning Glory. So with this like woven armor, I started to make that like palm fronds, you know, as if that's any kind of protection. Alright, now let me grab my green. Oh, Scholar Virginia. Yeah, you'll see me sarcastically popping his chat a lot and crack jokes. He tolerates me, which is super nice. Yeah, nice guy. He focuses on bolt action. You know, runs in the same circles as Tabletop Tommies and Bo and stuff like that. So, nice chaps, all of them. Valrak, if you're familiar with Valrak from Warhammer 40k, Chapter Master Valrak or whatever. I don't know, I never watched any of his 40k content. But him and someone I talk with and I'm pretty decent, you know, online buddies with, Woodimp. Woodimp convinced him to get more into bolt action gaming. So Valrak actually has a bolt action gaming channel now as well too. So I generally peruse over there and leave sarcastic comments, as one does. So this is my favorite native models, like for their leaders, they're not really NCOs, but I did drummers, so they have like their rifle slung on their back, but they're just straight up drummers. Pardon me, I got a sneeze coming. Sorry, I was grabbing some water and some coffee. It was a long day of work, but what a great way to relax on this super relaxing stream with you guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all being here. And gotta get this terrain painted, which is awesome. So I'm subscribed to Bo's channel. I have nothing against Bo. Nothing against him as a person. I know you can tell there's a butt coming. I like what he does. I think what he does is very important for the bolt action community. I'm just not a competitive player, so I watch his streams just so I know like what to expect on the tabletop, you know. But I like the guy, super nice guy. Just I don't play the same way. I have nothing against it. I actually like him. I think he's actually really funny. He has a very dry humor, which I enjoy. But I don't watch a lot. I do watch just about all his videos, but not like I can't just like sit and binge it. I can watch it in small things, only because I'm not a competitive guy, so I feel like a lot of his content would be wasted on me. Nice guy though. And he knows his stuff, no doubt. So it's Mordfang brown for the wood, Gilliman flesh for the flesh, and then just Wall green for the vegetation. Like I said, I don't paint well. I paint good enough for like 3 feet away, and I try and keep my paint schemes simple and complementary to other units, and I just based off the paint that I have at hand. I'm sure there's better shades and better, you know, makers of this paint to use, but I just stick with what I have. I stick with Warlord Citadel paints, and just use what I got. And you can tell I paint on huge, thick stuff. I never thin my paints, just to kind of make it a little bit more impervious to like touching and breaking and stuff like that. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. So funny, I come out of my We Hate You condition with YouTube in December. It's a very nice Christmas gift from them. From my, you know, 24/7 radio days where I thought that would be an okay thing to do. And I got absolutely rocked by YouTube. It's like a super small channel. They played no games. They downgraded the strike to a warning. And then in December, my warning disappears with the caveat, if I ever do anything again, it skips past the warning and goes straight to a strike. So I don't think my channel is quote-unquote throttled, not at all. I mean, I'm really, you guys know me, I'm really bad about consistently putting out videos. I do what I can when I can, you know? I try and stream, you know, but just like yesterday, I had to stop early, unfortunately. But I'm not very consistent with video uploads. But someone's like, are you being stifled by YouTube? I was like, probably. And if so, I'm not mad. I broke the rules, you know, so that's on me. I didn't read the rules well enough. I didn't understand what I was doing. Weird when you still type in Tiki the Hut in the search bar, like it'll still take you to this weird Russian girl whose name, I guess, like Vicky the Hut or something like that. It's, I don't know. No matter how big the channel gets, it still takes you there first. That'll be my biggest goal and achievement when you actually type in Tiki the Hut, if it takes you to Tiki the Hut. I'm talking like on a fresh channel, like you open up an incognito tab with like no history, and you type in Tiki the Hut. It takes you to like this weird chick with her like thirst trap image and shit. I don't know. Like many people, I don't pretend to understand how the algorithm works. I just put up my little videos. That's why I was in such a rush to make my own background music, you know, so that's one less thing that I'm ripping off someone else so I don't get copyright strike. I'm trying to play by the rules as best I can. Not to make it advertiser friendly, again, this will never be monetized, but just to try and get back below the radar, which I don't think I'll ever get to be at. Yeah, I released this music that plays in the background. I released it as its own video. It's royalty free, so if you guys ever need it, I can't imagine what you need Tiki music for. But if you ever need this very weird brand of Tiki music that I have, feel free to use it for whatever you want. You don't have to source me or anything. Just use it to your heart's content. It's free. Yeah, so I used to be part of a podcast. We haven't done it in a long time, sadly. And it's the Minotaur Break Room. So yeah, I need to do that. Right now I'm expanding. I'm trying to do more tabletop content, if that makes sense. I'm still trying to get my lore videos up, and I'm also trying to show actual, like someone mentioned earlier, like, hey, give us armies on parade. I was like, oh yeah, I can do that. You know, it's kind of cool. Those are cool short little videos I can make. You know, do more how to plays and bat reps and stuff like that. So it's all in the bucket of stuff to add. It's a lot to add just in my free time. So I do what I can when I can. My biggest thing is to try and stay consistent with these streams. It doesn't have the goal to build a channel. That's not the goal of the channel, just to consistently be here for people who want to hang out and chat. And it helps me keep up with my models. Like today I used the stream to finish some terrain for my demo game that I desperately needed to finish because I just got my new bottle of Agrax Earthshade in. So I need to go back and dirty up some buildings. So for like the first hour and a half, it's just me painting buildings. Boring as hell, but you know, I try and use my hobby time where I can. Yeah, they got these magical boom spears. Yeah, it slowly rises. Like it'll like go up to drop 1, but you know, I'm happy with it. I'm totally stoked. Like I said, I have everything I could ever want. To me, it sounds so lame and cliche. I mean, it is the dopamine feel of like seeing like, you know, more people subscribe. That's super cool. But just seeing people in the chat, you know, like just seeing, you know, these, like right now it's 6 people, but just seeing the names, you know, just chatting back and forth and swapping stories and talking, that's super cool. That's all it's worth. It's like I said, if it never rises above 300, it doesn't even bother me, man. I'm super happy. I hang out enough with other people's streams and make enough jokes to where like I think the name is getting around. Maybe not the channel, and also it's the fault of, and I appreciate you guys sticking into the streams, but you gotta remember I stream weird hours, you know, so it's off hours for a lot of people. Like I think if I streamed like prime time, granted I'd be competing with, you know, people that I like and people whose streams that I watch, you know, and it would conflict with my own work hours. That's not a good idea, but you know, who knows what would happen if I stream during normal human hours. I'm over here with you, the usual suspects. My friends, you know, here on the vampire shift. Oh, actually, yeah, speaking of that, did I show you my my Captain America? Or my safe, legal Captain America knockoff? Got it from Anvil Industries. So I went with the classic heater-shaped shield. It's also got a gas mask, and it's got his Thompson. Got a beat stick in the back. So it almost looks like he almost configured more like an MP. I really like that model. There you go, Weird War. If you're interested, dude, if you ever have any questions, man, I'll happily help you set up your own store if you're interested. Weird War, you should get your own. If you're interested, I don't want to push you. I know you made stickers like that, but your own like store on Teespring. So you know, if you're ever curious, I'll help you set one up. But it's pretty interesting, it's pretty fun. I would love some Weird War merch. I would wear some merch like that. I think it's cool as shit. Like I was just gonna be wearing a Morning Glory t-shirt with a Hawaiian shirt to the demo game, but luckily my hoodie from my own merch store came in. I don't know if they rushed it because it was mine. I feel it's like kind of shitty to do, but on the plus side, I actually got to put on a hoodie from my merch store, and the quality's pretty decent. The sizing was correct, you know, for my size it fits, and the material seems all right. I got the hoodie, the Good Vibes hoodie, so I'll be wearing it on Monday. But so far, so good. Now I can say I didn't recommend anybody buy anything that I haven't tested myself. So you might like this, Weird War. I needed an Op 4 army. So we've all seen my Cult of Imhotep Op 4 army for Conflict 47. Well, for bolt action, you know, teach people to play bolt action 3rd edition, I need a 500 point. I don't need, I'm telling myself I do, so bear with me here. A 500 point Op 4 army. So I'm like, okay, what would be the antithesis of this Cult of Imhotep? And I'm starting to think about it. I'm like, okay, I need Indiana Jones. I need Rick O'Connell. You know, I need... shit, what's his name? The guy from King Solomon's Mine, what's his name? Oh no, it's gonna bother me. I cannot think of his name, the explorer. Anyways, I needed like a very, you know, pulp style antithesis to the Cult of Imhotep. So what I came up with, and it's not all mine, I stole it from various different genres, and I stole the name. So I came up with a U.S., you know, here's my quote. Oh, here it is. U.S. Department of Antiquities task force. So what this is these guys are going to be deployed basically not only in Egypt, but also the big story is in China. So in Conflict 47 times and stuff like that. You know, they're running around trying to... Quartermain, yes, thank you. Quartermain, that's his name. Anyways, so they're running around in mainland China trying to, they have basically like a letter of marque to snatch up as many cultural relics as they can, because in Conflict 47 times, China's going through a civil war. They have multiple warlords. They have a communist uprising. USSR is trying to take over. The American and the Commonwealth are trying to exert their influence, and then also the Japanese are doing what the Imperial Japanese do and just, you know, raiding them constantly. I'm building a Department of Antiquities force, and what it's going to be is it's going to be a lot of, you know, models you'll recognize. Like I'm going to have an Indiana Jones, a Rick O'Connell, and his wife. I'm going to have an Alexander Quatermain. Also, I'm mixing in stuff from the Strange Brigade game. If you've ever seen that, if you've never played that video game, if you've never seen that video game, look up Strange Brigade. Absolutely amazing. That's where I got the idea from the Department of Antiquities. And then I'll also be mixing in some, because it'll be an American force, so it'll have a lot of airstrikes. I'm bringing in Crimson Skies, you know, all different gangs. So you'll have the Fortune Hunters, you'll have the Medusas, all different. So it's kind of a mix of archaeologists, tomb raiders, and like expat mercenaries and legit pirates that the U.S. government just kind of commissioned. Like, hey, just these are like the rejects that even the SOE wouldn't touch. It's like, guys, just go behind enemy lines and steal as much shit as possible, just so the Axis can't get a hold of it, you know. So that's kind of fun. So I'm building up that force right now. I just thought you get a kick out of it. It's very like weird warish, you know, with a lot of those like kind of pulp names attached to it. Exactly. Oh yeah, that's cool. You got one of the stickers. Yeah, that's the only thing is I can't see y'all's orders, so I can't tell what the shipping is or what the status is in y'all's orders. But they should email you. They're pretty good about emailing me about when my stuff comes in. But yeah, like they haven't even started on the t-shirt. So if you ordered a t-shirt, they haven't even started on those yet. I don't know. Again, I picked something where all I had to do was just design it and post it, and they take care of everything else, so I can't really complain. And like I said, I try and keep the price as low as I can. I was explaining it earlier. So the way it works is you set the price and it tells you how much you get profit per unit that's sold. So I set mine down to where as low as it could be, where I still get $1 of profit at least. So like the stickers, I think I'm getting like 80% or like 80 cents, you know, not percent, 80 cents. And I think on one of them, I think the hoodies, I'm getting like $1.33, just because that's how the numbers worked out for like a 99 kind of price tag on it, you know, like a whatever the price is, you know, $.99 like we usually do here. But that's why someone asked, like, hey, is there like a code to get like 10% off? So when you do codes like that, it uses what you use as profit to take away from that. So if you have the price set so low, it just doesn't let you send out those codes. So that's why there won't be any code select for that. It's not me being greedy. Yeah, it's just me trying to set the price as low as I can. And again, all $13 have been raised, which I appreciate. You know, you guys, it's always a fun stream. I'll show you guys for the Clash of the Caribbean. Ooh, hold on, let's see if I can point to it. I'm learning how to do things. Yeah, look at that. Whee! Okay, so there's right there in the Clash of the Caribbean. I show you basically what's in our war chest or our prize chest. And all that money gets used for purchasing prizes or certain kind of things like that for upcoming events. And letting you guys know all that fun stuff. Yeah, and no, so that's the other thing too is, sorry, I just read your comment. So with them running around and stealing all those relics in China, the whole point is they're going to use those to kind of ban the villages and try and put in almost like a puppet dynasty, you know, kind of bring back Middle Kingdom China, you know, to keep the communists and the USSR out, you know, so that's why the British Commonwealth, the Americans like, yeah, find all the relics you can and then bring them back, kind of like Temple of Doom. You know, where he goes to the temple and he brings the stones out and he returns them to the village and he gets the appreciation of the village. So that's kind of like what they're supposed to do is like run around, steal the relics, you know, bring them back to the correct village and get like local support and try and build up a sentiment toward Allied forces. But realistically, they are basically running around with a 1940s version of a letter of marque, just absolutely fighting Japanese, Soviets, Chinese, anyone they find. That would be legit. Yeah, look up the third Mummy movie. You know, with the one with the Yetis and all the other kind of stuff. And HS, he carries his son pulls out a PPS 43. So I know you were talking about that earlier. Not so much Weird War, not so much. You just gotta remember Mozambique. The old Mozambique drill, 2 center mass and 1 to the T-box. Hearts and minds. 1 Mozambique drill at a time. But yeah, seriously, give that a look, Weird War. If you haven't already, I'm not sure if you're into video games. You might be. Believe it or not, just on YouTube, just look up clips of it and the announcer and just the overall aesthetics. Look up Strange Brigade. Strange Brigade is such a cool IP. I'm so sad it wasn't taken further. Oh yeah, some of the characters. So you have and they all make sense. You have a female aviatrix. She's super cool. You know, you have a cowboy from like the oil fields. You have a typical British explorer. You have a British soldier marksman. You have a female demon hunter from like the heart of Africa. You have your typical British aristocratic nerd professor. You have a imperial Japanese officer who got left on the island by himself. So he's like an ultimate survivor. You have a badass like Indian princess who's also a trained assassin. There's some really cool characters. So if you're familiar with video games, the game plays a lot like, well, at the time they weren't very popular, but nowadays the way that Space Marine 2 is kind of laid out, it's very similar to that. So it plays like old school Left 4 Dead. You know, or, you know, what you want to call Vermintide, Darktide, that type of 4-player, you know, waves and puzzles, except that the puzzles are legit. So the earlier maps are super easy. The puzzles are like Lego game difficulty, which is nothing wrong with that. And the traps are just really there for you to use against the enemy monsters. But the difficulty spike kicks up ridiculous. You start fighting like actual giant gods, embodied statues. The traps are very dangerous towards everybody. The puzzles are kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. It's a lot of fun. They put a lot of good work and story into it, and I really enjoy it. I said I want to try and upload a lot of my gameplay clips from that and listen to some other stuff into the channel, just like background while I do some other stuff. You know, because one of my favorite clips from that game, it's like towards the end of a boss fight, there was like one mummy left, and he charged at me. I had a grease gun, so I fired, and my rounds were kind of missing. And so my Imperial Japanese Navy guy just runs up and just straight up drop kicks this guy, and he lands in like a trap pit, and I just pull up and just shoot the trap pit, and the spikes come up and kill him. It's actually pretty cool. My favorite is I'm trying to think. That's one of the first games I played on computer. Was an old Indiana Jones game. I remember you like go into the boxing ring a lot. But I recently, by recently I mean like in 2015. Jesus, 10 years ago. I think I played the Atlantis one. The Atlantis one was a lot of fun. I like the Indiana Jones point and clicks. I feel like Indiana Jones does best with a point and click game. I know they want to do like modern day like FPS or like Tomb Raider or Uncharted style. Those games are fun, don't get me wrong, but I like my Indiana Jones games as point and click adventures. Call me weird, call me old. It's okay. We can all disagree. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, I think I sent you a picture, Weird War, of the old game I got. I got the Crimson Skies tabletop game, and I have a whole bunch of the HeroClix planes and models coming in. Because you know, remember how we're looking at Pulp and we can play in Pulp and have any rules for planes or vehicles? I realized that this has rules for both planes and fighting on the ground. I'm like, this may be my go-to, you know. So I'll let you know how it is. Cause I had my own rules for Crimson Skies when I used Savage Worlds. Savage Worlds is a great TTRPG rule system if you want to do Pulp or especially Crimson Skies. I think there's I think there's a new Indiana Jones game out. I haven't seen it. I haven't played it yet. I don't know. I'm hoping it's good. I don't want to like cast any doubt on it. It's just the last couple of movies, in my opinion, I didn't enjoy very much. So I'm worried that that's going to come to the game. It's one of those things. Do I play the game and get disappointed, or do I just never play it? You know. What are you talking about? The Dial of Destiny or the other one, the Crystal Skull? I saw the Crystal Skull. I didn't really like it. I didn't watch the Dial of Destiny. Instead, I'm looking for Young Indiana Jones on DVD right now. But I'll tell you what I do have on DVD, and more importantly, you can find it on YouTube, and I cannot recommend this enough. If you want good indie-style TV show, Tales of the Golden Monkey. I talk about it all the time. I love it. It has everything I ever want, you know, like have, float plane, will travel kind of thing. It is absolutely awesome. Really well done. A lot of fun. Does not get enough praise. If you've never seen Tales of the Golden Monkey, you can find it on YouTube. Just look up Tales of the Golden Monkey. It'll bring up two playlists. One's in Turkish and one's in English. Watch the one in English. It's really good. Like if you're looking for some pulp adventures, man, that's what you do. Sorry guys, every now and then I'll look up and I'll notice I'm painting off the camera. I apologize. I think it's in view of the camera and it's not. My apologies. Ooh. Oh, that's good. You know what? I will. You know what? I think I'm gonna respectfully disagree or qualify with you, Weird War. Hear me out. I think the best Indiana Jones movie is probably Last Crusade. I think the best pulp movie for Indiana Jones is definitely Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom, I think, is the most pulp slash the best of the pulp genre for Indiana Jones would be the second one, hands down. But as far as inside the Indiana Jones universe, I think the third one is a little bit better. Yeah, the Thuggy armies aren't difficult to build. Weird War, I highly recommend the War Game Atlantic Afghan Warriors. That is the box you need to build these guys. You get that, and then get the Great War French. Get those two boxes together. They should run you probably like 50 or 60 bucks, and you'll have enough to build like 30 guys plus a shit ton more sprue. Now here's the controversial opinion, and I think it has to do with generations. Remember, I think I'm technically a millennial. So, Mummy, the Rick O'Connell series, Mummy or Indiana Jones? There's your conflict right there. So with the Indiana Jones movie, Indiana Jones is a phenomenal character, but he does most of the heavy lifting. I think what makes the Mummy, the first two Mummy movies, what makes them so good is the ensemble of characters. What I absolutely love, and something I used to brag about when I did Dungeons & Dragons, is when people were curious about like a party composition or a good D&D movie, I'd always tell them, it may not look like a Dungeons & Dragons movie, but one of the best ones to watch is the original, not the original, but The Mummy, with Rick O'Connell. Because it's the ultimate adventure party. You have the effective 3 pyramid. First off, there's no weird pyramid romance, so I don't know why they keep doing that in modern day movies. Throw that shit right out the window. You have 3 characters. They're not competing for affection. There's no drama. You have a strong and brave warrior. You have an intelligent research / wizard, and then you have the sneaky rogue / thief. You have Rick, you have Evie, and you have Evie's brother. So Jonathan, and they're actually the perfect trifecta. You have the fighter, and like I said, she counts kind of as the wizard or spellcaster because of all her research and like reading the books and casting the spells from reading the books. And even the final fight, I want to say in the second movie. Is it the second movie? No, I think no. It's either the second or the third movie. I'm sorry, the first or second movie. The final fight where they defeat Imhotep. It takes all 3. Jonathan, so Rick is naturally fighting him. Jonathan has to run up to him, get the shit beat out of him, but also sneakily grab the key. Then he throws the key to Evie. Evie opens the book and reads it. She's intelligent enough to read hieroglyphics like a mage or a wizard. And then that basically makes him mortal. And then Rick O'Connell delivers the final killing blow with a sword. So literally just in that last... Oh yeah, Artie Bay. It's Art of Bay. But he's good, but he's kind of a mix between Rick and Evie. He's kind of like... That's when you start getting away from the 3 core classes of fighter, wizard, and rogue. He starts kind of being more like a paladin, basically. So with those 3 characters right there, you have literally the perfect trifecta of character archetypes for Dungeons & Dragons. And in that one battle, you see them all have to do their role. The thief had to distract and steal. The wizard had to use that to cast the right spell, and that allowed the warrior to finally kill them. Oh yeah, no, he's definitely going to be in my Department of Antiquities. I really like that name. I totally took that from Strange Brigade, but I love the Department of Antiquities. And like I said, that's why I like the Mummies movie so much. Also, I loved one thing that I think it does well, and I will give credit to Indiana Jones. It does well as well. A lot of people overlook this, and again, I currently am a government hooker, and I work for Department of Transportation, so obviously I'm biased. But I love transportation. I feel, and hopefully, Weird War, I think you might agree with this, but I don't want to speak for you. Just like that's the issue we both saw in the pulp book that I have, the Pulp Adventures, is I think in a good pulp story, a good pulp movie, or a good pulp book, transportation is so important. It's a character in of itself. You need trains, you need riverboats, you need, biplanes, you need seaplanes, you need blimps. You need all that unique travel that was all around at that one time. You need to travel on camelback, or maybe, hire some a dog sled team. That's something I always see. That's one of the number one places where I see pulp movies mess up. A great example. Look at Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, right? They have a weird CGI fight, which looks terrible, by the way. But they're on two cars. I mean, granted, they're not Schwimmwagons, but they're like the Soviet version of a Schwimmwagen, But they have like a GSHK on the front, which it's weird. They're jumping back and forth between two cars. You're like, we've seen trucks do this. We don't need to see this. And they had that weird like force cutting thing. I'm like, that's not where it's at. Now, what would have been cool would be like a fight on a submarine or something else. Like, I think transportation, a tramp steamer crew. Like this Weird War. Here's a boat captain. Yeah, I love the whole tramp steamer image as well. Yeah, King Kong's another really good example. So that's not that it matters. That's my little point and opinion about good pulp movies or good pulp stories. Is you have to have good transportation. It's almost like ships or planes have become part of characters themselves. Think about the tank, the Zeppelin, the plane, the truck he slides underneath of. There's so much cool stuff from Indiana Jones. That's one of the things I think the Mummy did right. You have the fight on the boat on the cruise on the Nile. Then they rode camels. Then they rode in the plane and got knocked down from the plane. Then in the second movie, the enemies have that train that they used to get around Egypt. They steal a classic double-decker bus from London. It has, and then they get on a blimp instead of a plane. Like, it literally has all your classic modes of transportation that are so iconic to that, interwar, early World War II imagery that a lot of people just overlook. Oh, that's actually really cool. Even Temple of Doom. Think about it. They have the Ford TriStar plane, very iconic, and then they ride elephants. Like, that's something that I think good pulp movies have that bad pulp movies always overlook is transportation. It's got to be iconic, but it can't save your film. Great example. Jungle Cruise. Maybe some people like that movie. I wanted to like it. I was the target audience for it. I love the Pirates of the Caribbean religiously. One of my favorite trilogies and series of movies of all time. I'm a big pirate fan. And I also love The Mummy. And it's literally like someone took the script from The Mummy and Pirates of the Caribbean and just like put it together in the worst way possible. And spent way too much money on casting. The Jungle Cruise could have been a great movie, but they effed it up. Which is cool. I mean, it had a submarine, it had a riverboat. I mean, it was set to be cool. Oh, tell her I'm so happy. Again, don't take this the wrong way, Weird Board, but there actually is a bumper sticker now too. I actually found out you can make real bumper stickers. But I'm so glad she likes her car. I'm so glad she likes her sticker. Dude, that is super awesome. That made my day. Tell her I said thank you for getting one. I owe you guys a beer when I meet y'all in Texas. All right, take it easy, HS. Don't get lost in the snow. Get some sleep, buddy. I appreciate you chatting. It was good talking to you. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I decided to give them white loincloths. I don't know if I'm gonna do like a red part on the bottom, maybe, for like the Imperial Japanese, or I'm not gonna do a red dot. That's beyond my skill set. But I might do like red tips at the bottom to make it look more than just a white loincloth, make it look like Imperial Japanese. But what I like about the model is once you put that white loincloth in with all the tan and green and brown, it really kind of makes the model pop a little bit, you know? All right, take it easy. Yeah, I'm about to call the stream here in a few minutes, but yeah, take it easy, Weird Boros. Awesome catching up with you. I'm glad you got your sticker in. That's awesome. Glad she likes it. I will. I'll try and catch your stream. Like I said, I'm subscribed to it. It never gives me the notifications though, so I'm gonna redo my notifications for your channel so I can try and catch one of your streams, man. Take it easy, brother, and keep it weird. All right, let me go ahead and in the poll, see what we got going on here. Oh, snap. Oh, wow. It started off with the German cult of Imhotep, and the last minute it swapped over to the Imperial Japanese Tiki Terror. All right. Well, I'm glad I showed both those armies on stream, and it looks like everybody voted. And it looks like the Imperial Japanese Tiki Terrors won. Maybe, I think it's the Scorpion Walker. The Scorpion Walker's cool, so I think that's what's pulling all the votes. But I appreciate you guys doing the vote. I'm glad you guys liked the two armies we had. Overall, super productive stream. Again, I'm sorry yesterday I got the call letting you know I'd have to work early, you know, so I figured it'd be best for me to log off, get some sleep so I could hit the day hard. And I'm glad I did. I got a lot of sleep and it was a long day at work. But today got to be a nice full stream. I didn't have to leave early, which I think is important. Like I said, I appreciate you guys being super chill about that and being supportive. That helps me out a lot. I got a lot of good sleep I needed for that rough day at work today, but it's all over now, so we're good here. We're good there. And I'm excited, so I won't get to talk to you guys until after I do my demo game on Monday, which again, I'm super excited about that. That's going to be, I think, a lot of fun. For you guys who don't know, it'll be, if you're actually, anytime, HS. I'm always here on the weekends. Good night, brother. Take it easy. So if you guys happen to be in the great state of Florida, you happen to be near horse country in Ocala, at the Brownbeard Gaming, is it Brown? Yeah. I think it's like Brown Charles. Let me get the official name here. Give me a second, let me get the actual official name. I think it's Brown. I think it's Brown Coat Gaming Society. Hold on, let me get the actual official name of the. That way I'm not quoting the wrong thing. All right, it is the Bearded Brown Coat game shop, and it's in Ocala, Florida. Like I say, you can just Google that. Google Bearded Brown Coat comic shop, and Ocala, Florida will bring it right up. I'll be there on the 25th, which is Monday. I'll be running games from, I want to say, like 11 a.m. all the way up to 8 p.m. I'll be doing demo games of Conflict 47 and open play of Conflict 47. So you can actually meet me. You know, I'll be there in the flesh, and not behind a Tiki mask, I don't think. Maybe not. We'll see. But definitely be there to have a lot of fun. We had 2 armies. I showed them off. You have your 500-point Cult of Imhotep with a Panther X, 6 Totem Core, regular second lieutenant with adjutant with assault rifles, and then 10 infantry with a light machine gun and a Panzerfaust and the NCO submachine gun. And they'll be fighting my Imperial Japanese Tiki Terror Recon unit, which is a veteran second lieutenant with his adjutant, packet SMGs, riding in a veteran truck with a medium machine gun, a Scorpion light walker with twin mounted medium machine guns and a light compression can. That thing's gnarly. And then 2 sets of 8 veteran infantry squads with 8 to take rifles, 8 to take grenades, and they have rifles. So it's kind of an interesting meetup. We'll see kind of who survives the battle. I said they'll be fighting over, there's 3 nuns on the board. One of them's a spy. It's kind of like go up there, grab the nun, and take her off the board. And hope you got the right one. So I'm hoping that the way the armies are built, it'll be a good demo game. Hoping it's a lot of fun for everyone involved. But again, I know it's scheduled on a Monday, so if no one shows up, that's fine by me. I get it, no big deal. Hoping to at least get a lot of good pictures and some content that I can put on the page. But with that said, I will see you guys after that. You know, when I do some more streams, I'll try and put out some more videos. You know, lore videos coming, and hopefully some more, you know, unboxing and stuff like that. Plenty of stuff in the thing. It's just editing is what takes a while. If you're curious what slows me down, it's just the editing part. But I try and do good stuff for you guys. Hopefully you like the new music. Like I said, there is new background music. There's always merch on the store. I'm putting out new stuff there. But for this weekend anyways, it's been fun, guys. If you guys are headed to sleep like HS and Weird War, hope you guys get the sleep you need. Hope it's a good restful sleep like I got last night. It was perfect. It was amazing. If you guys are headed to work, you know, like Matthew and some other guys who are currently working, hope you have a great day at work. Hope everything goes well. Hope everything goes your way. There's no drama. But ultimately, hope you guys stay safe and stay hydrated. And don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Shipwrecked soldiers on wooden sand, type of rifles in hand, hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dance in tropic nights, sand beneath where boots once stood, paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap, imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days, sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons, forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki with tired hands.